Chapter 2579. Lin Feng was stunned when he heard the voice. Holy shit! Why does this voice sound so familiar? He quickly rushed toward the tunnel where the voice had come from. Soon, Lin Feng saw the owner of the voice from afar. It was Taoist Wu Yang. As expected, "It's that damn Taoist," Lin Feng muttered inwardly. When he heard the voice earlier, he had suspected that it was Taoist Wu Yang. Now, he could confirm that it was exactly as he had guessed. Lin Feng was shocked. Wasn't Taoist Wu Yang dead? Why was he here? Lin Feng clearly remembered seeing Taoist Wu Yang on a ghost ship. He had entered the netherworld with the ghost ships. Back then, Taoist Wu Yang had bid farewell to him. Lin Feng had been sad for a long time. "Brother, save me," Taoist Wu Yang wailed. Behind the immeasurable Taoist, a terrifying creature was chasing after him. That creature had the body of a scorpion. However, it had 3 heads. The 3 heads were actually human heads. It was unknown what it was, but it emitted an extremely evil aura. After sensing the monster's aura, Lin Feng turned and ran. He had discovered that the monster's aura was even stronger than the creature in the black fog. Such an existence was not something they could fight against. "Why are you running? Aren't you being too disloyal?" Taoist Wu Yang shouted from behind. "Who are you? Do I know you?" Lin Feng was speechless. "Damn, we've known each other for so many years, and you say you don't know me?" Taoist Wu Yang shouted. "So it's you, Taoist. Didn't you die long ago?" Lin Feng replied. He was indeed suspicious of Taoist Wu Yang's identity. Only the undead could sit on the ghost ship. Living beings could not sit on the ghost ship. Since Taoist Wu Yang had boarded a ghost ship, that meant that Taoist Wu Yang was dead. The identity of this immeasurable Taoist was worth discussing. "I'm not dead. I'm a C-domain netherworld envoy. C-domain netherworld envoys are different from other netherworld envoys. Other netherworld envoys, like you, can't board the departed spirit ship. However, as a C-domain netherworld envoy, you can board the departed spirit ship." Taoist Wu Yang shouted. "Lie, keep lying. Do you think I'll believe your lies?" Lin Feng continued to respond. In this world, there were many methods to conceal one's identity. Naturally, there were also some living beings who could impersonate the immeasurable Taoist. Especially in the underworld, there were some extremely terrifying creatures that specialized in devouring dead souls that entered the underworld. After the immeasurable Taoist soul entered the underworld, it might have been eaten by the terrifying creatures of the underworld before it even reached the underworld. "What do I have to do to convince you that I am the immeasurable Taoist?" Taoist Wu Yang shouted. "If you stop that monster, I will believe that you are the immeasurable Taoist." Lin Feng said, "Stop your sister. I was still thinking of catching up to you and pushing you towards that monster so that you can help me stop the monster." Taoist Wu Yang shouted angrily. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes when he heard that. However, he was now certain that the person before him was the immeasurable Taoist. The immeasurable Taoist's memories could be devoured by others, but the immeasurable Taoist's way of doing things could not be grasped by others. Only the immeasurable Taoist would make it sound so righteous when he had tricked his friend. Moreover, he did not even blush when he did it. "You're still alive? What a waste of the paper money I burned for you." Lin Feng curled his lips. "Even if you die, I won't die. I have an undying body." Taoist Wu Yang shouted. "Undying body, right? You actually have an undying body. Please stop for a moment and kill the monster chasing us." Lin Feng said. Taoist Wu Yang shouted. "Even an undying body is afraid of passing through. All right?" Lin Feng could not help but slap his forehead. In terms of bragging, he only admired the immeasurable Taoist. In terms of shamelessness, Lin Feng only admired the immeasurable Taoist. The immeasurable Taoist's skin was even thicker than the city walls. "Lowly creatures, you won't be able to escape." The 3-headed monster laughed sinisterly as it moved at an extremely fast speed. "What is this thing?" Lin Feng asked with a grave expression. "How would I know what it is?" "It crawled out of a bronze coffin," Taoist Wu Yang said. "You opened the coffin?" Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. "Yes, I did. What a scam." I only opened the first coffin, and such a terrifying creature was released. Taoist Wuliang wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Ancient bronze coffin? Is it the ancient bronze coffin from the third chamber? Lin Feng could not help but ask. In the third chamber, there were 999 ancient bronze coffins. However, Lin Feng remembered that those ancient bronze coffins were still intact. The ancient coffin I opened was the ancient bronze coffin in the fifth layer of the tomb, and then I released such a terrifying creature, Taoist Wuliang said. The two of them quickly fled, but the terrifying creature behind them did not give up. A foreign creature, the demon lord said gravely. Lin Feng's heart trembled. A foreign creature? This was actually a creature from another domain? If that was the case, then it was too terrifying. A foreign creature. It possessed unimaginable strength. This is a foreign creature, Lin Feng said. Damn, no wonder it's so powerful. Taoist Wuliang could not help but wail. Previously, he had almost died under the foreign creature's hands several times. Towards this foreign creature, immeasurable Taoist deeply understood just how terrifying this existence was. Lowly creature, you actually recognized my identity. Since you know who I am, why don't you hurry up and die? The terrifying foreign creature said with a sinister smile. Chapter 2580. Taoist Wuliang hurriedly nodded and said, That's right. The powerful demon lord is sleeping in this tomb. Follow me. We'll go to the tomb where the demon lord is sleeping. Taoist Wuliang led the way while Lin Feng followed behind him. The otherworldly being was unwilling to let the two of them go. It looked like it wouldn't give up until it killed Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang. Taoist Wuliang was clearly more familiar with the passageway here. It was unknown how long he had been here. Lin Feng didn't have the time to think about Taoist Wuliang. His thoughts were all on the mysterious demon lord. The 9 demon lords represented the pinnacle of power in the world. A demon lord powerhouse was roughly equivalent to the master of gods. They were existences at the peak of the immortal realm. They were invincible. If he could obtain the orthodoxy of a demon lord, it would be too terrifying. Hearing that there was a demon lord sleeping here, it would be unrealistic to not have any thoughts about it. Are you sure that the demon lord is still sleeping? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The era of the demon lord was too far away from the present. If Taoist Wuliang said that there was a demon lord buried here, Lin Feng wouldn't have doubted it. The sheepskin scroll mentioned this before. But now, Taoist Wuliang said that there was a demon lord sleeping here. After such a long time, the demon lord still hadn't died? It sounded a little inconceivable. Of course I'm sure. Do you think I can't differentiate between the living and the dead? Taoist Wuliang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Lin Feng nodded and didn't say anything else. He followed behind Taoist Wuliang and quickly rushed into the depths. Despicable existence, die, the otherworldly being chased after them. Its 3 heads constantly spat out energy balls at Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang. The two of them dodged the attacks in a somewhat pathetic manner. This otherworldly being was too powerful. Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang didn't dare to take its attacks head-on. Bang! Bang! They couldn't completely dodge the otherworldly being's attacks. The two of them were sent flying by the energy attacks. Wah! Wah! Then, Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. The otherworldly being was too powerful. The current foreign creatures, compared to their peak, were still at an extremely weak stage. Yet they still had this type of cultivation. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying the foreign creature's peak cultivation was. Thunk! Thunk! Lin Feng and Fatso's fell to the ground at the same time. The foreign creatures rose up into the air and threw themselves at Lin Feng and the fat guy. Wu and Wuliang. And Wuliang. The foreign creature's claws contained poison. If one was scratched, they would definitely be poisoned to death. And Wuliang was Lin's 2 Wuliangs. Seeing that Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang were about to be killed, Taoist Wuliang suddenly threw out 2 little puppets. The 2 little puppets quickly grew in size. They charged towards the otherworldly being. This was the puppet technique. Lin Feng had heard of the puppet technique before, but he rarely saw anyone cultivate it. That was because the puppet technique was almost lost. Even if there were some puppet techniques that were passed down, they were all low-level puppet techniques. They couldn't display any particularly powerful effects. But now, the puppet technique that Taoist Wu Liang used was very powerful. It temporarily blocked the otherworldly being. This damn Taoist Wu Liang indeed had many powerful techniques. "Let's go," Taoist Wu Liang said in a deep voice. He quickly got up and rushed towards the depths. Lin Feng also got up quickly and rushed towards the depths with Taoist Wu Liang. Behind them, the otherworldly being's angry roar could be heard. The two little puppets that Taoist Wu Liang used were very powerful. They were Taoist Wu Liang's treasures. Unless he had no other choice, Taoist Wu Liang would never use those two little puppets. Even now, Taoist Wu Liang still felt pained when he thought of those two little puppets. "I'm afraid the two little puppets won't be able to hold on for too long. I'll be in charge of opening the stone door later. You'll be in charge of blocking the otherworldly being," Taoist Wu Liang said. "There's another stone door?" Lin Feng said in surprise. "Of course, I also accidentally found the real tomb. Look at this tomb. There are 5 layers of tombs. In reality, these 5 layers are all fake tombs that contain peerless dangers. The real tomb is hidden. When I found it, the stone door wasn't completely open. I only pushed it open a crack. I saw a mysterious man lying on a stone bed, resting. At first, I didn't think of the mysterious demon lord. I only thought that he was an extremely powerful character. I didn't disturb his slumber. Later, when I opened the ancient bronze coffin in the 5th layer of the tomb, that terrifying foreign creature crawled out from the coffin. Only then did I know that the 5th layer of the tomb was a fake tomb. These fake tombs were prepared for the tomb robbers. Once the tomb robbers opened these fake tombs, they would be plundered," Taoist Wu Liang said with lingering fear. Then, he sighed, "Even an archaeologist like me was almost killed here. It really makes one sigh." Hearing Taoist Wu Liang's last words, Lin Feng really had the urge to kill this guy with a punch. This bastard was actually so shameless. He actually had the nerve to call himself an archaeologist. This damn Taoist Wu Liang was the world's greatest tomb robber, okay? Over the years, Lin Feng had seen all kinds of people. No one was more proficient in tomb robbing than Taoist Wu Liang. Soon, Lin Feng followed Taoist Wu Liang to a stone door. This stone door was located at the end of a passage in the belly of a mountain. "Is this the stone door?" Lin Feng asked. Taoist Wu Liang said, "That's right. This is the stone door. I will now break the formation patterns on the stone door. Let's hide in the stone room. The otherworldly being will definitely not dare to come in. These otherworldly beings are afraid of the top experts of our universe." Like Lin Feng, Taoist Wu Liang was proficient in formations. Thus, no matter who it was, they could break the formation. However, Immeasurable Taoist had broken the Great Array here before, so he was quite familiar with it. Therefore, Immeasurable Taoist was the best choice to break the Great Array here. "Despicable creatures, only death awaits all of you today." At that moment, an angry roar came from the distance. The otherworldly being was chasing after them with endless fury. "Break the formation faster," Lin Feng said gravely. "Don't worry, I will break the formation as quickly as possible." Taoist Wu Liang nodded. Lin Feng took out the 5 dragons wheel, the 9 demons painting, and the stone dagger, preparing to block the otherworldly being's attack. A terrifying aura surged out from the passage. The otherworldly being quickly rushed over. Its huge body also entered the belly of the mountain. Chapter 2581. Lowly creature, there's no need to put up a pointless struggle. Today, all of you will die without a doubt. The foreign creature's voice was filled with boundless killing intent. This foreign creature was abnormally powerful and terrifying. Step by step, it closed in on Lin Feng. Back then, I killed dozens of foreign creatures in the outer space world. It's been a long time since my hands were stained with their blood. How nostalgic, Lin Feng sneered. The foreign creature's eyes flickered with a sinister light. It sneered and said, "Shameless brat. You want to kill foreign creatures with your little bit of cultivation? Who do you think you are? Today, I'll let you die without a grave." As soon as it finished speaking, the foreign creature attacked Lin Feng. Clouds of light green gas surged out of its body and enveloped Lin Feng. That was the poison released by the foreign creature. This foreign creature was very cautious. Although its cultivation was abnormally powerful, it still chose to release its poison to deal with Lin Feng before attacking Lin Feng. From this, it could be seen how cautious this foreign creature was. Such foreign creatures were often the most difficult to deal with. Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He quickly summoned the white jade toad. Croak, croak, croak. After the white jade toad was summoned, it let out a series of loud croaks. Then, the white jade toad opened its mouth and inhaled. All of the poison was absorbed into its abdomen. The danger of the poison was resolved. Lin Feng also began to attack the foreign creature. Boom! Violent fluctuations surged out. Lin Feng activated his 3 magic treasures. This was the ability to do 3 things at once. He activated 3 magic treasures at the same time to deal with the foreign creature. The 9 demons painting emitted endless demonic might. It was as if an immortal demon emperor was about to revive. A slight tremor in the void could cause a world to collapse. The power of the 9 demons painting was simply shocking. The 5 dragon wheel spun quickly, surrounded by immortal light. The image of a true dragon appeared, and its roar shook the sky. The power of this broken immortal artifact was even more powerful, enough to shock everyone. The stone dagger looked ordinary. It floated in the air and didn't emit any powerful fluctuations. Everything looked so ordinary. However, this treasure was Lin Feng's most important treasure. This was because Lin Feng knew how terrifying stone tools were. Although this stone dagger looked ordinary, it was extremely powerful. One had to know that the stone sword was also a stone tool. With a sweep of the void, it could kill any living being in the black fog at its peak. From this, it could be seen how terrifying stone tools were. The stone dagger was a stone tool. Lin Feng had used the stone dagger before, so he had a clear understanding of its power. Now, Lin Feng was using the 9 demons diagram and the 5 dragons wheel to feign an attack. The real killing move was actually the stone dagger. The 9 demons painting and the 5 dragons wheel exuded a boundless demonic aura. Waves of destructive energy surged in the void. The 2 supreme treasures smashed towards the foreign creatures. The foreign creatures raised 2 huge claws and smashed towards the 9 demons diagram and the 5 dragons wheel. Clang, clang. 2 consecutive collision sounds were heard. The claws of the foreign creatures collided with the 9 demons diagram and the 5 dragons wheel. Immediately, a series of clanging sounds were heard. The foreign creature's claws were just too hard. This creature was actually able to use its claws to block the attacks of the 5 dragon wheel and 9 demon diagram, these 2 supreme treasures. It was truly inconceivable. Who knew what the foreign creature's body structure was like? It was actually this hard. If a human cultivator wanted to cultivate such a powerful body, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In the entire human race, there probably weren't many people who had such a powerful body. This was the weakness of the human race. The human race's body was weak. After hard work, although the body could be continuously improved, compared to those races who were born with powerful bodies, there was still a huge difference. Human cultivators with unparalleled bodies like Lin Feng were extremely rare in the history of the human race. After the 9 demons diagram and the 5 dragons wheel were blocked by the foreign creatures, Lin Feng's third weapon, the stone dagger, quickly flew over and slashed towards one of the foreign creature's heads. Swoosh! A cold light flashed. The foreign creature's huge scorpion tail directly pierced towards Lin Feng's body. This thick scorpion tail was extremely powerful. It was also one of the foreign creature's trump cards. Not only was it extremely sharp, but it also contained a strong poison. Clang! The scorpion tail of the foreign creatures collided with Lin Feng's stone dagger, but a shocking scene occurred. When the scorpion tail of the foreign creatures collided with Lin Feng's stone dagger, a tearing sound was immediately heard. The stone dagger actually tore a wound of more than 10 centimeters on the tail of the foreign creatures. Green blood immediately flowed out, emitting a strong stench. So strong, even Lin Feng was shocked. Wasn't the power of the stone dagger a bit too strong? As expected of a stone tool, this stone dagger was simply heaven-defying. Seeing that the stone dagger had injured the foreign creatures, Lin Feng's expression was greatly shaken. He controlled the stone dagger to continue attacking the foreign creatures. Lowly ant, you have injured this lord. This lord will consign you to eternal damnation. After being injured, the foreign creatures immediately became furious. The foreign creatures were more arrogant than the myriad races. In the eyes of this foreign creature, Lin Feng was simply an ant-like existence. Now that it was injured by the ant in its eyes, it would be strange if it wasn't angry. In its fury, the foreign creature's body emitted an aura that was many times more terrifying than before. Waves of destructive aura spread out. In the void, a huge tricolored light ball was condensed. It was unknown what the tricolored light ball was, but it was extremely terrifying because the void around the tricolored light ball was distorted. When he saw the tricolored ball of light, Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly recalled the 3 magic treasures, then used the magic immunity divine ability. Next, he used the great defensive technique, creating layers of defensive crystal walls in front of his body to protect his body. After doing all this, Lin Feng still felt a little uneasy. He then took out a giant-level defensive magic treasure. Chapter 2582. The tricolored ball of energy shot towards Lin Feng. When it came into contact with the outermost 7 treasures, Black Heaven Shield, it exploded. Boom! Along with the earth-shattering shockwaves that surged out, a destructive force instantly spread out. Waves of powerful energy seemed to want to shatter the void. First, Lin Feng's defensive treasure, the 7 treasures Black Heaven Shield, was directly destroyed by the tricolored ball of energy when it exploded. A defensive treasure of the giant soldier god level was already extremely powerful, but it still couldn't withstand the attack of the foreign creature. After the 7 treasures Black Heaven Shield was destroyed, the defensive crystal wall created by Lin Feng was also directly torn apart. The remaining destructive energy directly bombarded Lin Feng's body. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. That tyrannical attack? It fiercely bombarded Lin Feng's body. The magical power immunity rune that surrounded Lin Feng's body emitted a shocking wave of energy. The rune light flashed. The magical power immunity rune was greatly weakening the destructive energy attack. The magical power rune neutralized most of the attack, and the remaining energy bombarded Lin Feng's body. However, Lin Feng's physical body was tyrannical. Although the remaining energy attack was extremely powerful, it wasn't able to cause too much damage to Lin Feng's body. It only sent Lin Feng flying. Whoosh! The foreign creature had rich combat experience. After seeing Lin Feng being sent flying, it directly soared into the sky and clawed at Lin Feng with its sharp claws. The foreign creature's speed was simply too fast. If he wanted to dodge now, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lowly creature, everything is about to end. Later, I will eat your flesh and soul. The foreign creature let out a sinister laugh. In the eyes of the foreign creature, Lin Feng was just its food, nothing more. If he was really caught by the foreign creature, he would be in danger. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. At that time, how could he survive? The foreign creature's sharp claws were about to claw Lin Feng's body. Suddenly, whoosh, a ray of light suddenly flashed. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. At the crucial moment, he used the heaven-mending technique and dodged the foreign creature's attack. In the next moment, he appeared above the foreign creature. He held the stone dagger in his hand and slashed towards the foreign creature's 3 heads. The foreign creature never thought that Lin Feng, who was supposed to be dead without a doubt, would actually dodge its attack. As such, the foreign creature was extremely shocked. Facing Lin Feng's attack, it was no longer realistic for the foreign creatures to completely dodge. However, in an extremely short amount of time, the foreign creature still made a response. Its body quickly moved to the left. When the stone dagger in Lin Feng's hand slashed down, it only managed to cut off one of the alien's heads. The foreign creature's other 2 heads were unharmed, not affected at all. When Lin Feng attacked the foreign creature also attacked Lin Feng. The foreign creature's thick scorpion tail directly pierced towards Lin Feng. At the end of the scorpion tail was a spike. The spike contained a strong poison. The scorpion tail's speed was unbelievably fast, although Lin Feng tried his best to dodge the scorpion tail's attack. However, he still couldn't completely dodge the scorpion tail's attack. Poochie. Lin Feng's left arm was torn open by the spike at the end of the scorpion tail. Although the wound wasn't big, the strong poison entered Lin Feng's body through the wound. This foreign creature's poison was just too terrifying. After being poisoned, Lin Feng's body began to tremble violently. His face also became extremely pale. His body involuntarily fell from midair. Although the white jade toad was doing its best to help Lin Feng suck out the poison in his body, the foreign creature's poison was too terrifying. It still made Lin Feng feel dizzy. Moreover, his entire body was powerless. If the white jade toad didn't help him suck out the poison, Lin Feng felt that he might have already been poisoned to death by the foreign creature. Lin Feng's body fell to the ground. He couldn't move at all. Meanwhile, the foreign creature roared in anger and resentment. "Lowly ant, you actually harmed this great one. This great one will tear your corpse into 10,000 pieces." Right now, the foreign creature's hatred towards Lin Feng was simply overflowing. In its eyes, Lin Feng was just a small character, as lowly as an ant. However, now, it had one of its heads cut off by this ant. The foreign creature wanted nothing more than to eat Lin Feng's flesh and drink Lin Feng's blood. The foreign creature leaped up and pounced towards Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng's mind was muddled. He was already unable to resist the foreign creature's attack. A loud rumbling sound rang out. At this time, the immeasurable Taoist had already broken through the restriction. He opened the stone door. He grabbed towards Lin Feng from afar. Immediately, Lin Feng quickly flew towards the immeasurable Taoist. Meanwhile, the foreign creature that pounced towards Lin Feng missed. The immeasurable Taoist brought Lin Feng into the stone room. At this time, Lin Feng finally felt that his mind was much clearer. Gugugugu. When the white jade toad saw that Lin Feng had woken up, it cried out excitedly. At this moment, the white jade toad's entire body had turned green. This was because it had absorbed the poison in Lin Feng's body. Therefore, the white jade toad's body had changed. To be able to change the white jade toad's body like this, the poison in the foreign creature's body was too terrifying. It was no wonder that Lin Feng couldn't resist that kind of poison. Lin Feng, who was a little more clear-headed, looked around and immediately saw a stone bed placed in the middle of the stone room. A man was lying on the stone bed. The man was wearing a black robe. He was extremely handsome and had a slender figure. He also looked very young. Could this be the demon master? Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but feel as if it was raging waves. A demon master. That was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of cultivation. He was one of the strongest existences in this era. Hundreds of millions of years had passed in this era. Endless years had passed. Only 9 demon masters had been born. Any demon master had the power to shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. He doesn't seem to be breathing. Lin Feng looked at the immeasurable Taoist. Previously, the immeasurable Taoist had said that this demon master was still alive. But now, it seemed that this demon master was already dead. The immeasurable Taoist's expression was a little uncertain. Previously, when he saw the demon master through the gap in the stone door, he felt the demon master's vitality. But now that he had entered the stone room, he realized that the demon master's vitality had indeed been cut off. This made the immeasurable Taoist feel extremely strange. Chapter 2583. Immeasurable Taoist said coldly, "If you dare to be disrespectful to the fallen demon lord, you won't have a good ending. Underestimating the demon lord is simply courting death." Lin Feng also said, "Coveting the demon lord's corpse, you really overestimate yourself. Who do you think you are? Even at your peak, you're just an ant in front of the demon lord. 2 lowly ants. After eating the demon lord's corpse, it will be time for you to die." The foreign creature laughed sinisterly, "But don't worry, I won't kill you directly. I'll capture you and torture you well. After torturing you until you're better off dead, I'll slowly eat you." After the foreign creature's voice fell, this terrifying existence had already entered the stone room. He was very bold and wasn't afraid of the demon lord. Lin Feng and immeasurable Taoist retreated. They looked at the foreign creature indifferently. The foreign creature who entered the stone room focused all his attention on the demon lord's corpse and didn't pay attention to Lin Feng and immeasurable Taoist at all. Lin Feng and immeasurable Taoist didn't act rashly either. Now, they were prepared for both sides. It would be best if the demon lord's corpse destroyed the foreign creature. If the demon lord's corpse was eaten by the foreign creature, Lin Feng and immeasurable Taoist planned to escape when the foreign creature devoured the demon lord's corpse. Demon Lord, the top expert of this universe. Even in our foreign world, he's the top expert. The foreign creature's eyes flickered with greed. His voice was filled with extreme excitement. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but move. Some of the foreign creature's words revealed a lot of information. The foreign world didn't seem to belong to this universe. The universe was a macroscopic concept. What was the universe? The universe was the boundless starry sky world. It contained countless planets, spaces, planes, small worlds, medium worlds, large worlds, and the three supreme realms. This was the universe. However, the foreign world didn't belong to this universe. It was unknown which universe the creature was from, but it could actually enter this universe. No wonder the foreign creatures were so powerful. Turns out they had such an extraordinary background. The foreign creature walked towards the demon lord's corpse step by step. He already couldn't wait to eat the demon lord's corpse. In the eyes of the foreign creatures, as long as they could devour the demon master's corpse, their cultivation would quickly recover. In fact, it wasn't as simple as recovering his cultivation base. The foreign creatures felt like they might be able to borrow the demon lord's corpse to complete an unprecedented transformation. At that time, he would transform into an unimaginable existence. When they thought of this, the foreign creatures couldn't help but become incomparably excited. The foreign creature was extremely careful. Even though it was approaching the demon lord, it didn't directly throw itself over. Instead, he carefully approached the demon master. Every step he took was very careful, fearing that something unexpected would happen. The foreign creature arrived a meter away from the demon master without any changes. This made the foreign creature very happy. It didn't expect things to go so smoothly. The foreign creature's tail was raised high, and then it pierced towards the demon lord's corpse. The foreign creatures wanted to pour poison into the demon lord's corpse. The foreign creature's poison was abnormally powerful. Once the poison entered the demon lord's body, the demon lord's body would gradually melt. At that time, after the foreign creature swallowed the demon lord, it could instantly refine and absorb the demon lord's corpse's origin energy. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang both frowned. They didn't expect the foreign creature to approach the demon lord's corpse so smoothly. Originally, Lin Feng always thought that the corpse of a powerhouse couldn't be humiliated, not to mention devouring the corpse of a powerhouse. But everything that happened now was different from what Lin Feng imagined. This made Lin Feng feel very surprised. Just as the foreign creature's scorpion tail was about to pierce into the demon lord's corpse. Right at this moment, the demon lord's corpse emitted a world-destroying pressure. That oppressive chi was really terrifying. Lin Feng was astonished and moved. That wave of world-destroying might directly envelop the foreign creatures. Immediately after, that terrifying pressure crushed down on the foreign creatures' bodies. The foreign creature couldn't help but roar. Its body couldn't even move. As expected, the corpse of a powerhouse can't be humiliated. This guy only has himself to blame. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. He also let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Taoist Wu Liang said gloatingly, "The foreign creatures have always been arrogant. This guy must know this, but he didn't care at all." Lin Feng nodded. He agreed with Taoist Wu Liang's words. Sometimes, when one was too arrogant, they would look down on others. The foreign creatures were like this. If the foreign creature was still at the peak of its cultivation, perhaps it had a way to suppress the demon lord's corpse, but now, the foreign creature's cultivation had long fallen. It couldn't withstand the pressure emitted by the demon lord's corpse at all. Waves of violent fluctuations surged from the foreign creature's body. It wanted to resist the pressure emitted from the demon lord's body. But the more it resisted, the pressure emitted from the demon lord's body became stronger and stronger. Should we kill it? Lin Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. Taoist Wu Liang was also eager to give it a try. However, Taoist Wu Liang finally said, "Let's wait. Don't get us involved. That would be terrible." Lin Feng nodded. Taoist Wu Liang's words were reasonable. If they could kill the foreign creature, it would be a good thing. If they took action, they would be enveloped by the pressure emitted from the demon lord's body. At that time, they would want to cry but have no tears. Break, break, break. The foreign creature roared out, continuously struggling. However, its struggles were completely useless. Crack, crack. Its body began to crack. Lin Feng had used the 9 demons painting and the 5 dragons wheel to attack the foreign creature's body, but they couldn't break its defense. From this, it could be seen how strong the foreign creature's body was. But now, the pressure emitted from the demon lord's body cracked the foreign creature's body. It was hard to imagine how strong the pressure emitted from the demon lord's body was. Now, the demon lord was just a corpse. What kind of cultivation did the demon lord have when he was alive? Just thinking about it was enough to make people turn pale with fright. Crack, crack. The foreign creature's body cracked more and more. "I can't accept this," the foreign creature roared. It was unwilling to die like this. But now, the foreign creature was powerless to reverse the situation. Previously, it wanted to devour the demon lord's corpse. This was equivalent to blaspheming the demon lord's demonic might. The demon lord's corpse couldn't be humiliated. Bang! The foreign creature's body directly exploded. This was an incomparably terrifying existence. Chapter 2584. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang both breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the otherworldly creature die. The otherworldly creature was simply too powerful. There was no way they could fight against it. Now, it had been killed by the demon lord's corpse. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang's worries were finally resolved. It's a pity that this fellow doesn't have anything good on him. Otherwise, we would have struck it rich. Taoist Wu Liang sighed. Lin Feng said, "Why is there such an otherworldly creature sealed inside the ancient bronze coffin? There are so many coffins in this tomb. Could it be that there are some powerful creatures sealed in them?" Taoist Wu Liang's expression changed when he heard Lin Feng's words. This tomb was indeed full of strange places. Moreover, it had many secrets. Lin Feng said, "Earlier, I even saw a creature in the black fog appear and attack me. That's a creature from the previous era." Taoist Wu Liang was shocked. Could it have escaped from another ancient coffin? "That's very likely." Lin Feng stroked his chin and said, "Of course, there are other possibilities. This tomb is too evil. I wouldn't be surprised if anything happened here." Taoist Wu Liang looked at the demon lord's corpse and said softly, "I wonder if this demon lord has passed down some powerful legacy?" Lin Feng said, "Kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. Let's see if we can move the demon lord and have him bestow us with blessings." Taoist Wu Liang nodded. He knelt side by side with Lin Feng and kowtowed to the demon lord. Taoist Wu Liang began to pray, "O great demon lord, how could such a wise and mighty existence like you die? This is truly a loss to the world. This junior is not talented, but I am willing to continue the legacy for Lord Demon Lord. If Lord Demon Lord knows of this in the underworld, please pass down some powerful legacy to this junior. When the time comes, this junior will definitely bring senior's legacy to greater heights." While Taoist Wu Liang was praying, Lin Feng also began to pray. "Senior Demon Lord, your orthodoxy shines upon the world. If such a powerful orthodoxy were to be destroyed, it would be a loss to the entire universe. Please show your spirit and impart your orthodoxy to this junior. When the time comes, this junior will definitely bring senior's orthodoxy back to the world." These two fellows kept talking back and forth. He could say all kinds of shameless things. However, these two fellows were sincerely worshipping the Devil Lord. Although they did not know the identity of this demon lord was one of the 9 great demon lords. Such a powerhouse naturally deserved the worship of anyone. Now, this demon lord had fallen here, and even saved the lives of Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist. Even if he couldn't get anything from the Devil Lord, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang should also kneel to this demon lord. This demon master was worthy of their sincere treatment. After kneeling and praying, suddenly, a slight fluctuation surged out from the demon lord's corpse. The next moment, a small piece of information appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's expression immediately changed. An extremely shocked expression appeared on his face. The demon lord had shown his spirit. He wondered what this piece of information contained. Lin Feng's divine will was immersed in this piece of information. Suddenly, he heard a fleeting voice. Without Tao, immortals and demons will not tolerate each other. Without Tao, immortals and demons will not tolerate each other? What does this mean? Lin Feng immediately became extremely puzzled. Apart from this sentence, Lin Feng did not obtain anything else. This passage must contain some powerful Tao. Otherwise, the demon lord would not have passed it to me at this time. But what Tao is contained in this passage? Lin Feng's mind was filled with questions. Taoist Wu Liang was also frowning. Clearly, he had also obtained some information, and the information he had obtained was also troubling him. Lin Feng did not communicate with Taoist Wu Liang about what they had obtained. Facing the demon lord, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang had their own opportunities. Don't try to obtain others' opportunities. That would go against heaven's will. Thank you, Senior Demon Lord, for imparting the Tao. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang bowed to the demon lord's corpse. Then, they kowtowed a few more times. Then, they got up and left. They closed the stone door. They left together. The stone room was pitch black. Suddenly, the demon lord's eyes, which were tightly closed, suddenly opened. It was a pair of unparalleled ancient and mysterious eyes. That pair of eyes seemed to contain two different worlds. That pair of eyes slightly blinked, and even the void trembled. Those were the demon lord's eyes, and they were now open. But right after, that pair of eyes closed again. The devil lord's eyes only opened for a moment before they closed again. Who knew what caused this? Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were destined to not be able to see this scene. At this moment, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang had arrived at the fifth tomb chamber. There were a total of 9 coffins in the fifth tomb chamber. There were 2 iron coffins, wooden coffins, ancient bronze coffins, and stone coffins. There was 1 crystal coffin. Previously, Taoist Wu Liang had opened one of the ancient bronze coffins. Taoist Wu Liang had not touched the remaining coffins. There seems to be a person lying in the crystal coffin, Lin Feng said. Taoist Wu Liang nodded and said, "That's right, it seems to be a woman, maybe an extremely beautiful woman. The crystal coffin is not ordinary, it is the head of all the coffins. Just now, there was a problem with opening the ancient bronze coffin, let alone the crystal coffin. If we really open the crystal coffin, there might be some big problems." Lin Feng agreed with Taoist Wu Liang's words. This ancient tomb was too strange, and both of them had obtained a chant from the demon lord. Although he didn't know what the chant he had obtained meant, but it was obviously hiding a shocking secret. Being able to obtain this was already enough. As for whether there were other opportunities in here, Lin Feng was no longer in the mood to inquire. However, he realized that Taoist Wu Liang was still in high spirits. Obviously, Taoist Wu Liang's thoughts were completely different from Lin Feng's. This damn Taoist Wu Liang didn't want to leave. "Brother, let me tell you, this place where the demon lord is buried is definitely a treasure ground. We can't come to a treasure ground and return empty-handed. There's no such thing in this world," Taoist Wu Liang said. Ever since he became an underworld envoy, it was convenient for Taoist Wu Liang. In the past, he was robbing tombs in the world of the living. Now, he was robbing tombs in the netherworld. Chapter 2585. Lin Feng and Wu Liang walked back and forth in the fifth chamber for a long time. They wanted to see if there were any treasures hidden in that chamber. However, after searching for a while, they found nothing. Thus, the two of them sat on the 2 coffins and rested. "Looks like you've been living quite comfortably recently. You must have plundered a lot of tombs in the underworld, right?" Lin Feng asked Wu Liang Taoist. Wherever this immeasurable Taoist fella passed by, everyone would be in a state of panic. There wasn't a single ancient tomb that he didn't visit. "That's," Wu Liang Taoist said proudly. However, he quickly recovered and looked at Lin Feng warily. "Why are you asking? Are you trying to get information from me?" said Lin Feng. "I'm just worried about you. I've heard that there are rules in hell. You're not allowed to go to the tombs of hell. You're not allowed to go to the tombs of hell. You're not allowed to go to the tombs of hell. Some strong cultivators from hell will kill you." Wuliang Daoist said calmly, "That's nothing. The person who can kill me hasn't been born yet." Wuliang Daoist had an arrogant look on his face. There was no need for him to brag. Lin Feng said, "What good things did you dig up recently? Take them out and share them." Wuliang Daoist was wary of Lin Feng as if he was a thief. He said warily, "What good things? They're all trash. They're not worth a few origin crystals. Good things should be shared with your companions, okay? Besides, I can use the treasures on me to exchange for them." Lin Feng said, "Hee, why didn't you say so earlier? If I knew that you wanted to exchange with me, I wouldn't have kept it a secret." Daoist Wu Liang immediately grinned. He was never one to suffer a loss. Now that he heard that Lin Feng wanted to use treasures to exchange for something he had no use for, he smiled happily. His small eyes narrowed into slits, making him look like a profiteer. Wuliang Daoist's principle was to cheat his acquaintances. The more familiar you are, the more trouble you are in. Therefore, when he saw the treacherous look on Daoist Wuliang's face, Lin Feng immediately took note of it. The immeasurable Daoist indeed had a lot of good stuff here. Precious immortal iron and divine stones, some extremely rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and many precious array formation materials, even including a dazzling array of insect materials. Lin Feng exchanged a lot of insect materials from Daoist Wu Liang, some of which were used to feed the primordial ancestral insects. Some insect materials were used to feed the prehistoric demon refining insects. There were also some insect materials used to feed the eggs of the Emperor Archaic. During this period of time, the prehistoric demon refining insect queen seemed to be about to lay eggs. This time, he obtained 6 or 7 types of insect materials for the prehistoric demon refining insect queen. Lin Feng estimated that the prehistoric demon refining insects would be able to give birth to new eggs after consuming all the materials. Even the Emperor Archaic egg was starting to crack. This time, Lin Feng obtained 5 types of insect materials for breeding the eggs of the Emperor Archaic. Lin Feng believed that it wouldn't take long. The Emperor Archaic would hatch soon. This time, Lin Feng also obtained more than 10 types of eggs for breeding the primordial ancestral insects. Because the primordial ancestral insects had already hatched, many of the insect materials that couldn't be used to breed the eggs before could now be used to breed the primordial ancestral insects. After hatching, the primordial ancestral insects' requirements for insect materials were not as strict as before. Lin Feng even found an immortal grass at Daoist Wu Liang's place. This immortal grass was very extraordinary. It was surrounded by an immortal light, causing Lin Feng's expression to change. He had never seen such a heavenly material before. This immortal grass gave Lin Feng the feeling that it was an immortal spiritual root. Even if it wasn't an immortal medicine of immortality, it was probably close to evolving into one. The value of this immortal grass was astonishing. Lin Feng wanted to exchange it with Daoist Wu Liang, but he was rejected. This was obtained from an extremely dangerous ancient tomb. It's rooted in the void. In order to obtain this immortal grass, I almost lost my life. Daoist Wu Liang said. Lin Feng was now certain that this damned Daoist Wu Liang had purposely used this immortal grass to tempt him. This was because Daoist Wu Liang had no intention of exchanging it with him. Lin Feng mainly exchanged insect materials, formation materials, immortal iron and godstone from Daoist Wu Liang. As for the other items, Daoist Wu Liang didn't exchange them with Lin Feng. After exchanging the items, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang continued to search for treasures in the tomb. In such a large tomb, there must be a place to store treasures. However, they were unable to find it. In the third chamber, the black fog rolled, and the creature in the black fog appeared. It stood in the darkness and stared at Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. Its eyes shone with a chilling, killing intent. "A creature from the previous era, do you wish to make a deal with us?" Daoist Wu Liang asked. "Kikik." A sinister voice rang out from the black fog. What kind of deal do you wish to make? Tell us where the treasures are. When we get out later, I can let you out. Taoist Wu Liang grinned. This ancient tomb was extremely scary. Once one entered, it was almost impossible to get out. However, Taoist Wu Liang's methods were too frightening. He possessed some inconceivable abilities that allowed him to enter and leave this ancient tomb as he pleased. Bam! As soon as Taoist Wu Liang finished speaking, Lin Feng sent him flying dozens of meters away with a kick. Ouch! You damned bastard! Why did you kick me? Taoist Wu Liang howled and glared at Lin Feng fiercely, asking a tiger for its skin. If I really let this creature out, who knows what kind of terrifying things it will cause? I kicked you to clear your head, said Lin Feng, twitching his mouth. The creature's sinister voice rang out. Perhaps we can work together to get rid of this brat. All the treasures on him will be yours. The treasures in this tomb will be yours as well. How about it? Get rid of your sister. Taoist Wu Liang pursed his lips. He and Lin Feng were just messing around. However, Taoist Wu Liang and Lin Feng were old friends. Courting death, the creature in the black fog snorted coldly and pounced toward Taoist Wu Liang. Get lost. Lin Feng's voice was indifferent. He grabbed the metal box with both hands and threw it at the creature. The creature was extremely afraid of the metal box in Lin Feng's hand. Of course, it was much calmer now. When it first saw the box, it was so scared that it ran away. Now, it could take the box seriously. However, it still did not dare to go against the box. Chapter 2586. The creature in the black fog was simply too powerful. Although it was wary of the metal box in Lin Feng's hand, it was still too weak. But if Lin Feng wanted to hurt it, it wouldn't be an easy task. It easily dodged Lin Feng's attack and stood in the distance, staring coldly at Lin Feng. Its eyes flickered with a cold light. It was a terrifying existence. It was filled with coldness and killing intent toward Lin Feng. If not for the existence of the metal box, it would have already pounced on Lin Feng and killed him. This treasure is so powerful. Taoist Wu Liang stared at the metal box in Lin Feng's hand, which began to emit a green light. He wanted nothing more than to snatch the box from Lin Feng's hand. He had already felt that the metal box was not simple. However, he had not expected it to be so extraordinary. Even the creature in the black fog had been scared away. That was an existence from the previous epoch. Yet, it had been scared away. It was clear how terrifying the metal box was. Lin Feng said, "Don't even think about it. Otherwise, I'll beat you up so badly that you won't even recognize who you are." Taoist Wu Liang curled his lips when he heard Lin Feng's words. Look at what you're saying. Do I look like the kind of person who would think about stealing a friend's treasure? Lin Feng nodded. You do. You're too similar. Taoist Wu Liang said, Brother, you know me best. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, We can't stay here for long. Let's leave. If we can comprehend the chants the Devil Lord left behind for us, it will be our greatest gain. Although the chants were only 8 words, Lin Feng knew that the chants contained an all-encompassing Tao. Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. Even if it was only a single word, it could contain millions of Das. Thus, if one could comprehend the Devil Lord's chants, it would definitely be of great use. Taoist Wu Liang nodded. He also planned to leave. This tomb made him feel uneasy. They had not found where the treasury in the tomb was hidden, and there were also living beings from the previous epoch here. It was best to leave as soon as possible. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang headed deeper into the tunnel. The immeasurable Taoist wanted to bring Lin Feng to the exit. How did you get in? Lin Feng could not help but ask. I dug them out. Taoist Wu Liang grinned. You dug him in? Lin Feng was speechless. Could this tomb be dug up? Hee, I have a Luoyang shovel here. This is a powerful treasure. It can dig up any tomb. This Luoyang shovel is known as the number 1 treasure in the tomb-robbing world. Taoist Wu Liang said proudly. Looks like you have quite a few treasures on you. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Taoist Wu Liang. Taoist Wu Liang grinned. Of course. Don't you know who this Taoist is? The living being in the black fog had been following Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. Perhaps it wanted to see if it could follow them out. Taoist Wuliang arrived at a side tomb in the depths of the tomb. Then, he began to dig up the side tomb. This was where Taoist Wuliang had entered earlier. The tomb was extraordinary. It had the ability to repair itself. Excavated tombs would quickly repair themselves and become undamaged. However, it was still a place that had been excavated before. Therefore, compared to other places, this place was easier to excavate. Soon, Taoist Wuliang dug out a tunnel. The most powerful thing about Taoist Wuliang's Luoyang shovel was that it could ignore restrictions. This great tomb was formidable because of the restrictive spells on the walls of the tomb. These restrictions were very powerful. If one wanted to enter the tomb, they would have to destroy these restrictions. Destroying these restrictions was obviously a very difficult task. The boundless Taoist priest entered the tunnel, and Lin Feng followed him. Lin Feng stood guard at the entrance of the tunnel. He held the iron box in his hand to prevent the living being in the black fog from entering. The living being in the black fog had an ominous glint in its eyes. It seemed to want to pounce on Lin Feng. However, when it saw the iron box in Lin Feng's hand, it lost all its courage. At this time, the tomb was repairing itself. Soon, the tunnel was completely closed. Taoist Wuliang continued to excavate. Not long after, he dug out a tunnel that led to the outside world. Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang walked out of the tunnel. Soon, the tunnel disappeared. The tunnel was repaired by the tomb. We're finally out. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He then looked at the Luoyang shovel in Taoist Wuliang's hand. The Luoyang shovel was a treasure. No wonder Taoist Wuliang was so good at tomb raiding. Apart from Taoist Wuliang himself, who knew many tomb raiding techniques, this Luoyang shovel definitely played a huge role. Lin Feng looked at the Luoyang shovel in Taoist Wuliang's hand. He had the urge to snatch it. Taoist Wuliang hurriedly put away the Luoyang shovel, guarding against Lin Feng as if he was a thief. The underworld isn't a place to stay for long. Let's go. Let's return to the world of the living first, Taoist Wuliang said. Lin Feng had already told Taoist Wuliang how he entered the tomb. Now that they had escaped from the tomb, Lin Feng said, I'm really unwilling to leave after being tricked by the sheepskin scroll. They've already disappeared. What's the use of being unwilling? Taoist Wuliang said, the sheepskin scroll is driving the beast carriage. Its speed definitely can't compare to our flying speed. Maybe we can catch up, Lin Feng said as he stroked his chin. No, if you want to go by yourself. I'm not interested, Taoist Wuliang said. Lin Feng said, that ancient coffin isn't simple. I suspect that there's a huge secret hidden inside. Don't try to trick me with such words. Taoist Wuliang pursed his lips. Of course I'm not lying to you. That feeling was very strong. Back then, there was an overlord-level vicious beast that attacked me. That ancient coffin shook slightly, and that overlord-level vicious beast immediately retreated. Lin Feng said. Taoist Wuliang stroked his chin and said, You said that the coffin was made of wood? Lin Feng nodded and said, That's right. It was a wooden coffin, but it was very heavy. It didn't feel like a coffin made of wood at all. The reason it's heavy shouldn't be because of the coffin. It's very likely because of the existence inside the coffin. Taoist Wuliang said, What? What are you suspecting? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Let's make a trip and see what's inside the coffin. Taoist Wuliang raised his eyebrows and said. He definitely had some suspicions in his heart, but he didn't directly tell Lin Feng. What are you afraid of? Lin Feng asked. Chapter 2587. Taoist Wuliang's tone was unprecedentedly solemn. This guy usually had a carefree look on his face no matter what happened. It was rare for him to show such an expression. Lin Feng also felt the seriousness of the matter. It seemed that the existence sealed in the wooden coffin must be extremely extraordinary. There's no time to lose. Let's set off now, Lin Feng said. Taoist Wuliang nodded and went to chase after the sheepskin scroll with Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't have the chance to observe the underworld the last time he entered it. This time was different. He didn't have a mission and could observe the underworld properly. As one of the three supreme realms, The underworld had a special status in the three realms because it was a place where only the dead could reach. After a person died, if their soul wasn't scattered, the best fate to enter the underworld was to become a ghost soldier or an underworld soldier. Many of the bigwig-level existences in the underworld were evolved from ghost soldiers or underworld soldiers. Of course, it wasn't easy to become a ghost soldier or an underworld soldier. Most of the souls of the dead were either destroyed in the 6 paths of reincarnation or devoured by the creatures of the underworld. Many of the creatures of the underworld could improve their cultivation by constantly devouring souls of the dead. Therefore, souls of the dead were a great tonic for the creatures of the underworld. As for reincarnation, it was really fleeting. Those reincarnated cultivators didn't enter the 6 paths of reincarnation of the underworld to be reincarnated. They reincarnated through corpse decomposition. Along the way, Lin Feng saw a lot of wandering souls. The fate of these wandering souls was extremely tragic. Many creatures of the underworld would come out to hunt these wandering souls. Boom! A terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. In the distance, a creature in a black robe appeared. It was a soul-eater demon, a very terrifying creature that specialized in devouring souls to improve its cultivation. The most powerful thing about the soul-eater demon was its influence on the soul. These monsters could affect a cultivator's soul and make them lose themselves. Then, the cultivator's soul would be devoured by the soul-eater demon. Moreover, these soul-eater demons didn't like to devour wandering souls. They liked to devour the souls of cultivators the most. The cultivators of the underworld would also be extremely fearful when they saw the soul-eater demons. The spiritual senses of these soul-gobbling demons were very powerful. They sensed the existence of Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang and quickly rushed towards their hiding place. "Let's go," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. He and Taoist Wuliang quickly flew into the distance. Rumor had it that soul-eating demons were born from terrifying evil thoughts. This kind of creature existed not only in the underworld, but also in the world of the living. The netherworld was a place wherein energy gathered. Therefore, the soul-eater demons born in the underworld were even more powerful. With so many soul-eater fiends attacking, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel solemn. One of the most difficult creatures to deal with in the underworld is the soul-eater demons. These soul-eater demons are too harmful to the soul, Taoist Wuliang said. Back in the mortal realm, Lin Feng had encountered soul-eater demons several times. He was well aware of the terror of the soul-eater demons. Moreover, the soul-eater demons surrounding them were much stronger than the soul-eater demons in the mortal realm. Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang were surrounded by the soul-eater demons. Lin Feng took out the ghost-raising jar. He poured his magic power into the ghost-raising jar. A powerful devouring power surged out. One by one, the soul-eater demons were directly devoured by Lin Feng's ghost-raising jar. What a treasure! This is the legendary ghost-raising jar, right? Where did you get this treasure? After seeing the ghost-raising jar, Taoist Wu Liang's eyes widened. As an expert tomb raider, this guy knew of many unimaginable treasures. The ghost-raising jar was a treasure that Taoist Wu Liang coveted very much. This was because the ghost-raising jar could devour all kinds of spirits and ghosts. Taoist Wuliang had been going in and out of various tombs all year round. He had encountered many powerful spirits and ghosts, and had been hunted down by those powerful spirits and ghosts. If he could control this treasure, the ghost-raising jar, not only would he be able to devour all those spirits and ghosts, but he would also be able to devour them. He would also be able to scare away many spirits and ghosts. Lin Feng said, "Don't have any ideas about this treasure of mine. Otherwise, I'll send you into the ghost-raising jar and let you accompany the Ghost Emperor inside." "Look at what you're saying. How could I have any ideas about my brother's treasure?" Taoist Wu Liang said without thinking. Although he said that he did not have any ideas about the ghost-raising jar, his eyes kept darting around. It was obvious that he had designs on Lin Feng's ghost-raising jar. Taoist Wu Liang continued, "Use the ghost-raising jar to devour all these soul-eater demons." Lin Feng said, "Look around." In the distance, a dense crowd of soul-eater demons was rushing over. There were too many of them, and there was simply no end in sight. Although the ghost-raising jar could devour soul-eater demons, there were so many of them that it was unrealistic to devour them all. Taoist Wu Yang's face turned pale when he saw so many soul-eater demons. Run! Run! Taoist Wu Yang shouted. Lin Feng relied on the might of the ghost-raising jar to carve out a bloody path. Then, he and Taoist Wu Yang quickly fled into the distance. The soul-eater demons chased after them relentlessly. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Yang were extremely fast. It did not take long for them to shake off the pursuing soul-eater demons. Brother, if there's anything you want, just say it. As long as I have it, I can give it to you. Taoist Wu Liang said as he stared at the ghost-raising jar in Lin Feng's hand. No way. Lin Feng quickly put away the ghost-raising jar. This treasure was equally important to him. He did not want to trade it with others. When he saw Lin Feng put away the ghost-raising jar, Taoist Wu Liang clenched his teeth. Taoist Wu Liang rubbed his gums. The two of them hurried on. Although they encountered many dangers along the way, they were more scared than hurt. Finally, they caught up to the sheepskin scroll in a field of death. Bastard, you almost killed me. Have you thought about how you're going to die? Lin Feng looked coldly at the sheepskin scroll. You actually made it out alive. The sheepskin scroll looked at Lin Feng in surprise. This guy was not worried at all. TSK. The soul inside the sheepskin scroll is very strange. It seems to have an extraordinary origin. If we capture it, we might be able to get some secrets out of it. Taoist Wu Liang said with a grin. Two reckless things. How dare you be so impudent in front of me? Today, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. The sheepskin scroll sneered. Ha ha ha, this guy is so funny. A sheepskin scroll dares to call itself me? Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang laughed. The soul inside the sheepskin scroll was furious. He sneered and said, Reckless people. This is the field of death. I have 10,000 ways to make you die here. As soon as he finished speaking, the sheepskin scroll let out a long whistle. Rumble, rumble. Chapter 2588. The ground shook more and more violently, as if the earth was quaking. Crack, crack. Next, the ground began to crack. Crisscrossing cracks appeared. Looking at the cracks, Lin Feng could not help but frown. What the hell was the sheepskin scroll doing? It didn't take long for skeleton soldiers to crawl out from the cracked ground. There were so many of them that they were innumerable. F***CK. We've been surrounded. Taoist Wu Yang immediately shouted gloomily. In the plains of death, there are countless undead. This skeleton army is one of them. Now that I've awakened the slumbering skeleton army, let's see how you two lowly ants will die. The sheepskin scroll emitted a sinister voice. Its eyes flashed with killing intent as it looked at Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Yang. In its eyes, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Yang were no different from dead men. It did not think that Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Yang could fight against the skeleton army. Charge! The sheepskin scroll shouted. After receiving the order, the skeleton army immediately charged. The densely packed skeleton army charged toward Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Yang. Slash! Lin Feng took out the 5 dragon wheel, the revered sword tomb, and the 9 demons painting. Next, the 4 flying swords he controlled flew out from the revered sword tomb. The 4 flying swords were controlled by the revered sword tomb, and Lin Feng was controlling the revered sword tomb. Thus, Lin Feng could control 6 magic treasures at once. The 5 dragon wheels, the 4 swords, and the 9 demon picture were all revolving around Lin Feng's body. They were unceasingly attacking the army of skeletons. No matter how many skeletons came, they would all be killed by Lin Feng's magic treasures. Taoist Wu Yang took out a mysterious bell. He kept shaking the bell. It was unknown what kind of magic treasure the bell was. When the skeleton army that was charging toward Taoist Wu Yang heard the bells ringing, it was immediately controlled. Taoist Wu Yang immediately took control of the skeleton army. The skeleton army stopped attacking Taoist Wu Yang. Instead, they started attacking the skeleton army around them. What treasure is so powerful? Lin Feng looked at the mysterious bell in Taoist Wu Yang's hand in shock. Soul-seizing bell. It can control the bodies of these ghosts. Do you want this treasure? If you want it, You can use the ghost-raising jar to trade. Daoist Wuliang said with a smile. This damn Daoist Wuliang was still thinking about Lin Feng's jar. Of course, Lin Feng couldn't use the jar to make a deal with the Taoist priest, because the jar was a precious treasure that could absorb all sorts of evil spirits. The ghost jar's powerful could create powerful evil ghosts. It could even create experts at the level of Ghost Emperor. The jar had already created a Ghost Emperor, but Lin Feng hadn't been able to subdue the first one. Now, the ghost-raising jar was starting to create a second Ghost Emperor. The second Ghost Emperor was in the process of being born. He estimated that it wouldn't take long for it to be born. This treasure is not bad, but I still prefer the ghost-raising jar. Lin Feng replied to Daoist Wuliang. Daoist Wuliang pursed his lips and did not say anything else. Instead, he focused on controlling the soul-seizing bell to deal with the skeleton army. More and more of the skeleton army were controlled by Daoist Wuliang. With the help of the skeleton army, Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang showed their might and killed their way toward the sheepskin scroll. Giddy up! Seeing Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang quickly approaching it, the sheepskin scroll was shocked. It hurriedly drove the beast carriage forward. You can't escape. Lin Feng sneered and controlled the 5-dragon wheel to attack the sheepskin scroll. The 5-dragon wheel's speed was as fast as lightning. It quickly rushed to the side of the sheepskin scroll and then stabbed towards it. Poochie! The 5-dragon wheel pierced a hole in the sheepskin scroll. Ah! The sheepskin scroll let out a miserable shriek. What surprised Lin Feng the most was that blood was flowing out of the sheepskin scroll. It was so unbelievable that Lin Feng was shocked. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Daoist Wuliang clicked his tongue in wonder. How could blood be flowing out of the sheepskin scroll? The sheepskin scroll was not a living creature, so the blood flowing out of the sheepskin scroll was too strange. The sheepskin scroll was damaged. Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang quickly rushed over. Lin Feng immediately used the 8 forbidden seals to seal the sheepskin scroll. Hurry up and make this skeleton army disappear. Otherwise, I'll tear you apart. Lin Feng glared at the sheepskin scroll. Brat, do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this? Let me tell you, if you let me go now, you might be able to keep your life. If you wait any longer, you'll be dead. The sheepskin scroll began to threaten Lin Feng. You're in my hands, and you still dare to threaten me? You've got some guts. Lin Feng sneered and tore the scroll apart. The sheepskin scroll was completely fine. Even with Lin Feng's powerful strength, he could not cause any damage to the sheepskin scroll. The sheepskin scroll was too tough. Brat, don't waste your strength with this little strength of yours, the sheepskin scroll sneered. To be looked down on by a sheepskin scroll, Lin Feng was a little depressed. However, he quickly sneered and said, Do you really think there's no way to deal with you? Lin Feng took out his 5-dragon wheels and threw them towards the parchment. The 5-dragon wheel was a terrifying immortal artifact that could damage the sheepskin scroll. Poochie! Another bloody hole appeared on the sheepskin scroll. Fresh blood flowed out of the wound. Ah! The sheepskin scroll shrieked and cursed loudly. Brat, do you know what you're doing? How dare you harm a mighty existence like this? There's no one in this world who can save your life. Lin Feng's expression was cold. He sneered at the sheepskin scroll and said, What mighty existence? What a joke. You might have been very powerful in your past life, but you're just a remnant soul attached to this sheepskin scroll now. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. When he finished talking, Lin Feng hit the sheepskin scroll a dozen more times. The sheepskin scroll was in so much pain that he started screaming. More than a dozen bloody holes appeared on the sheepskin scroll. Blood was flowing out of every bloody hole. Chapter 2589. Not bad, right? I only stabbed you a dozen times earlier. Now, I'm going to slice open the sheepskin scroll. This treasure of mine should be able to slice it open easily, right? Lin Feng sneered. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the sheepskin scroll shrieked in fright. Spare me, please spare me. This fellow had been very stubborn before, even daring to threaten Lin Feng. Now, however, Lin Feng had scared it to death. Why aren't you ordering the skeleton army to leave? Lin Feng said coldly. All right, all right, all right. I'll order the skeleton army to leave now, the sheepskin scroll hurriedly said. Next, the sheepskin scroll let out a series of strange cries. After hearing the strange cry of the sheepskin scroll, the densely packed skeleton army entered the cracked earth. Then, the ground closed. Peace returned to the plains of death. Now, can you tell me why you schemed against me? Lin Feng asked. The sheepskin scroll said, It's because I wanted to escort this wooden coffin to hell on your behalf and receive the reward on your behalf. If an underworld envoy had said this, Lin Feng might have believed it. However, when it came from the sheepskin scroll, he did not believe it at all. The sheepskin scroll was very strange, and he was hiding many secrets. Of course, the most important thing was that the sheepskin scroll was very dishonest. There was no truth in his words. Lin Feng sneered. To be honest, if I hear this again, I don't mind destroying you. The sheepskin scroll suddenly fell silent. It seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. In the end, it said, I was ordered by that lord to steal the wooden coffin on the way. Someone will receive me outside hell. The person who gave me the mission? Who is he? Lin Feng asked in a low voice. That lord is a mysterious existence in hell. I don't know where he came from. I only know that others call him Lord Prison Keeper. The sheepskin scroll said. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He felt that when he accepted this person's mission, he had already been tricked. Of course, the prison keeper's target might not be him. He was just a tool he found to escort the wooden coffin. The person who was really escorting the wooden coffin was actually the sheepskin scroll. The sheepskin scroll continued, I've heard that this Lord Prison Warden would often trick some of the Yang Realm's underworld envoys. He would get the Yang Realm's underworld envoys to escort some items to deceive the public. Then, along the way, the Lord Prison Warden's men would eliminate the Yang Realm's underworld envoys and take over the task. In the end, these items would not be delivered to the destination. Instead, they would be sent to somewhere else. When the underworld asks for an explanation, the Lord Prison Warden can also say that the underworld envoys failed to escort the items and caused them to be stolen. Isn't this the same as how you schemed against me back then? Lin Feng sneered. The parchment smiled embarrassedly and said, It is said that the prison keeper is related to a mysterious force, but I don't know what kind of force it is. Isn't he from hell? Lin Feng asked. The parchment scroll said, There's a saying that goes, Eat ones while betraying another. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Yang could not help but roll their eyes. The parchment scroll really knew how to use words. Clearly, its meaning was very clear. It wanted to say that the prison keeper was very likely to be in cahoots with some outside force. Don't the underworld's upper echelons know about this? Taoist Wu Yang asked. Of course not. This matter is very secretive, and I only found out about it by chance. If the underworld's upper echelons knew about this, how could they tolerate this person? The parchment scroll said. Lin Feng asked, Then do you know what's sealed in the wooden coffin? The sheepskin scroll said, I'm not sure about that, but the prison warden, no, the prison warden warned me not to open the coffin, because it contains a peerless terror. Once I open the coffin, I will be doomed eternally. Moreover, this coffin is said to be sent to hell to be destroyed. Destroyed coffin? Is it to destroy the thing inside the coffin? Lin Feng could not help but ask. The parchment scroll said, That's right. It's to destroy what's inside. Open it and take a look. Lin Feng looked at Taoist Wu Yang. Taoist Wu Yang nodded. Asterisk whoosh 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 whoosh. Asterisk at that moment, a gust of wind swept through the area. Boundless ghostly chi surged. Amidst the ghostly chi, a mysterious existence shrouded in a black robe walked over step by step. Did the prison keeper send a useless person like you to escort the wooden coffin? I'm so disappointed. Amidst the ghostly chi, a mysterious man walked over step by step. The man was wearing a long black robe. He was abnormally handsome. Chin. Upon seeing this person, the parchment scroll cried out in horror, as if it wanted to call out a name. However, the parchment scroll did not have the courage to call out that name. This existence before them must have an extremely heaven-defying origin. Otherwise, the parchment scroll would not be so frightened. You two ants almost ruined my plan. The terrifying cultivator looked coldly at Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. When their gazes met, Lin Feng felt as if he had fallen into a boundless purgatory. His body and soul were trembling. This made Lin Feng feel a sense of disbelief. What kind of existence was this cultivator in front of them? A single look from him was enough to make him feel so terrified. It was truly inconceivable. Looks like I guessed right. That person's corpse is inside the wooden coffin, Taoist Wu Liang said. The mysterious existence revealed an astonished expression after hearing Taoist Wu Liang's words. Then, his expression became extremely cold. How could a mere young realm underworld envoy know about this? Hee. Taoist Wu Liang laughed strangely, then said, "It's a secret discovered after excavating an ancient tomb. Then take this secret with you and die." The terrifying cultivator attacked, sending a palm strike toward Taoist Wu Liang. He wanted to kill Taoist Wu Liang. At this moment, Taoist Wu Liang shouted, "I'll stop him. Hurry up and open the coffin." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded and began to break the seal on the wooden coffin. Taoist Wu Liang took out a defensive magic treasure. It was a seal that was surrounded by boundless divine light, protecting him. However, the mysterious existence was too powerful. It instantly destroyed Taoist Wu Liang's magic treasure. Then, the palm strike landed on Taoist Wu Liang's body. Crack, 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 countless bones in Taoist Wu Liang's body were broken. His entire body was sent flying. With a thump, he fell to the ground, his body twitching. Chapter 2590. Holy ***. Lin Feng, who was in the midst of breaking the formation, turned green at the sight of this. Taoist Wu Liang had said that he would be the one to stop that mysterious existence. But the other party had only made a single move. Just a single move. And Taoist Wu Liang was already unable to stop it. Lin Feng felt like crying. That terrifying being walked towards Lin Feng step by step. He looked at Lin Feng indifferently. "Piss off," said Lin Feng. "What are you talking about?" Lin Feng could not help but shout, "You're courting death." That terrifying being raised his right hand and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Previously, Taoist Wu Liang had been beaten half to death by this being. Naturally, Lin Feng had no chance of winning against this being. The difference in strength between them was too great. The cultivation of this mysterious being made Lin Feng feel like a mortal facing a god. If a mortal were to challenge a god, death would be the only way out for him. Facing this being's attack, Lin Feng lifted up the coffin on the beast carriage. Then, he smashed it towards the powerful being. Bam! The attack of this powerful existence landed on the coffin. Lin Feng was sent flying along with the coffin. Despicable ant, go to hell. That terrifying being punched towards Lin Feng across the void. Next, Lin Feng felt a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas slamming into his chest. Crack, crack. His bones broke. His entire body was sent flying. Barf. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground and struggled to get up, but to no avail. Despicable being, there are some things that you can't come into contact with. If you do, you're destined to become a corpse. This terrifying existence's voice was extremely cold. He wanted to kill Lin Feng, an immeasurable Taoist, but at this time, cracking noises came from the wooden coffin. Just now, Lin Feng had carried the wooden coffin and blocked the first attack of this mysterious existence. The cultivation of this mysterious existence was simply too powerful. It directly shattered some of the formation runes on the wooden coffin. Now, the formation patterns on the wooden coffin were beginning to crack. Humph! The mysterious existence snorted. He gave up on killing Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist and walked towards the wooden coffin. Runes could be seen swirling around his palm. He wanted to strengthen the seal on the wooden coffin. At this time, Lin Feng struggled to get up and quickly rushed to the wooden coffin. Reckless fool. This mysterious existence condensed runes to seal the wooden coffin with one hand, while the other hand chopped towards Lin Feng. They wanted to destroy Lin Feng. Just as the terrifying attack was about to land on Lin Feng's body. Swish! Suddenly, A light flashed. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. However, the attack of this terrifying existence also hit empty air. At this critical moment, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. The wooden coffin also disappeared. Use my blood essence as the source to help me break the formation. Lin Feng appeared 100 meters away and couldn't help but shout coldly, "Puff." Then, Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood essence instantly burned and turned into pure energy. Lin Feng used the formation-splitting technique passed down by the Celestial Master Sect. The energy from the burning blood essence gathered on Lin Feng's fingertip. Lin Feng pointed towards the broken formation pattern on the wooden coffin. He attacked with all his strength. The formation pattern completely collapsed. "Little bastard, you're courting death." Seeing this, the mysterious existence couldn't help but roar. He appeared in front of Lin Feng as if he had teleported. Then, he slammed his palm towards Lin Feng. Bam! That terrifying attack ruthlessly landed on Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was directly sent flying. Half of his body exploded. He fell to the ground. His breathing was very weak. It was no different from being dead. The immortal divine blood was rapidly healing Lin Feng's injuries, pulling Lin Feng back from the brink of death. Fortunately, Lin Feng had the immortal divine body. Fortunately, Lin Feng's physical body was strong enough. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have died from the attack just now. His exploded body was also rapidly recovering under the immortal divine body's healing. At this moment, the mysterious existence wanted to seal the wooden coffin. However, he failed because the wooden coffin suddenly crashed towards the mysterious existence. That mysterious being was sent flying by the impact. Crack, crack, the runes on the wooden coffin began to crack continuously. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. "This is?" Wuliang Daoist was also very surprised. His face revealed a look of joy. No, no, no. The mysterious existence became very anxious. He quickly rushed over, wanting to seal the wooden coffin. However, it was too late. The wooden coffin seal had completely cracked open. The wooden coffin that was suspended in midair opened. Lin Feng saw that there was a mummified existence floating in the wooden coffin. It was an old man. His body was simply too thin. His eyes were closed. There was no breath. It seemed to be a corpse. Lin Feng was very shocked. There was actually a corpse in the wooden coffin. Where did this corpse come from? It actually made the mysterious existence lose his composure. "It's really..." Wuliang Daoist was shocked. He seemed to know some secrets. Lin Feng didn't know the secret of the corpse, but he saw the shocked expression on Wuliang Daoist's face. Lin Feng wondered if he should get some information from Wuliang Daoist later. After seeing the corpse, the mysterious existence's eyes revealed a ruthless look. He wanted to destroy the corpse. However, at this moment, the corpse opened its eyes. The next moment, the corpse walked out of the wooden coffin. It came back to life? Lin Feng's face immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. There was no breath at all just now. It should be dead. Why did it suddenly come back to life? Lin Feng was very puzzled. When the mysterious existence saw the corpse come back to life, he was so scared that his whole body trembled. There was a thump. He directly knelt on the ground. "Congratulations on waking up, my lord." The mysterious existence hurriedly bowed to the mummified old man. Shameless, really shameless. This guy clearly wanted to destroy this mummified existence, but in an instant, he became a slave. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. The mountains and rivers are still here, but the homeland has disappeared. The mummified old man muttered and couldn't help but sigh. Then, the mummified old man looked at the mysterious existence kneeling on the ground and said indifferently, "I just woke up. I'm very hungry. You can be my food to satisfy my hunger." After saying that, the mummified old man stretched out his hand to grab the mysterious existence. "No, no, my lord. This subordinate is loyal to you. Please spare my life, my lord." The mysterious existence begged. However, the mummified old man simply ignored his pleas. His large hand enveloped the mysterious existence, causing the mysterious existence's body to explode into a cloud of blood mist. which was then devoured by the mummified old man in a single gulp. Chapter 2591. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. If this terrifying existence wanted to take his and the immeasurable Taoist's lives, the two of them would not be able to resist at all. This existence was simply too powerful. They didn't even know what level this existence was at. Furthermore, even the mysterious cultivator from the underworld had to address this existence as Lord. Could this existence be someone from the underworld as well? We don't mean any harm, Immeasurable Taoist said. Lin Feng added, we don't want to see Senior being sealed in the wooden coffin, so we came here to open it for Senior. The cold gaze of that mysterious existence became much gentler. Perhaps he recalled what happened earlier. It was indeed Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist who released him. The mummified old man stretched out his hand and pointed at Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist. Two streams of pure energy surged into their bodies. Lin Feng then felt his injuries recovering rapidly. This recovery speed was even faster than the recovery speed of the immortal divine body. It was truly inconceivable. It wasn't just the recovery of his physical body. Lin Feng also felt his spirit becoming more energetic. The mummified old man was simply too powerful. It was hard to imagine how heaven-defying this person's methods were to be able to be so terrifying to be able to heal the two of them so quickly. Thank you, Senior. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist quickly thanked the mummified old man. The mummified old man didn't say anything. Instead, he walked into the distance. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist exchanged glances. They followed behind the mummified old man. The mummified old man didn't chase the two of them away. This allowed Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist to heave a sigh of relief. The two of them followed the mummified old man closely because they wanted to see where the mummified old man wanted to go. Who is this? Lin Feng asked softly. Immeasurable Taoist said, an existence that can't be revealed. Just follow behind. Don't ask too much. See if you can get any benefits. Lin Feng suddenly had the urge to kill this damn Taoist with a punch. Wasn't he keeping them in suspense? Lin Feng felt an itch in his heart. He wanted to know the identity of this old man, but Immeasurable Taoist didn't cooperate at all. He didn't tell Lin Feng about his plans. Lin Feng had no choice but to suppress his curiosity and follow the mummified old man. The mummified old man went to many places. He sighed as he stood in many places. This seemed to be his homeland, but it had already become somewhat unfamiliar to him. It was not that the mountains and rivers had become unfamiliar to him. Instead, it was because his old friend was no longer around. He's like a wanderer who has left his homeland for many years. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. The mummified old man's body emitted an extremely gloomy aura. Later on, the mummified old man came to a boundless mountain range in the underworld. This place was very dangerous, and there were many terrifying beasts. The aura of some of these beasts made Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang's hair stand on end. They even saw a true overlord whose strength was comparable to a terrifying existence like the three-headed hell dragon. It was a Swanee, and its bloodline was extremely powerful. This was a ferocious beast that could intimidate the heavens. Such a beast could no longer be seen in the outside world. Its bloodline was too powerful, but there was a pure-blooded Swanee living here. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Even someone as powerful as the pure-blooded Swanee quickly retreated when it saw the mummified old man. It didn't dare to approach him. The pure-blooded Swanee watched from afar as the mummified old man, Lin Feng, and Taoist Wu Liang left. He's back, the pure-blooded Swanee muttered. The pure-blooded Swanee muttered to itself. Deep shock surged from its heart. That was a name that no one was willing to mention. A long time had passed. That name had even been forgotten by many people. But now, he had returned. Is the world going to change? The pure-blooded Swanee muttered to itself. The mummified old man walked step by step toward the depths of the mountain range. Finally, he arrived at the deepest part of the mountain range. There was an ancient tree there that was as vigorous as a horned dragon. There was also a lonely grave. There was no tombstone on the grave. It was unknown who the grave belonged to. Looking at the grave, the mummified old man stood there for a long time. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt a deep sense of loneliness surging from the mummified old man. Is it an old friend of his? Or a relative? A friend? Or even a lover? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. After countless years, he had awakened from the ancient coffin and returned to his homeland. What kind of emotions did he have in his heart? Darkness descended. The underworld became even darker. The underworld was different from the outside world. There was no moon or stars here. During the day, the world was foggy. At night, one couldn't even see one's own fingers. Now, darkness enveloped the land. At the end of the underworld, a series of low roars could be heard. What's that sound? Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Yang were extremely shocked. The sound from the depths of the underworld was very sudden. They had never heard it before. When the sound resounded, the underworld suddenly became quiet. Even the area masters who were fighting each other stopped fighting. He's back. Many area masters' voices trembled, and their bodies trembled with fear. They thought of some things that had happened in the past. Now, their hearts were filled with fear. Fortunately, I didn't participate in that matter back then. There were also area masters who muttered to themselves. They were very glad. The mummified old man left the lonely grave and headed toward the depths of the underworld. He's really going in the direction of the underworld. Lin Feng frowned. Was the mummified old man going to the underworld? Lin Feng was both nervous and expectant. The underworld. It was a place filled with endless mysteries. Rumor had it that the 6 paths of reincarnation were in the underworld. Was that true? I'm afraid something extremely terrifying is about to happen. Kid, hurry up and leave the underworld. Hurry up and run. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape. The sheepskin scroll transmitted its voice to Lin Feng. Previously, Lin Feng had asked the sheepskin scroll about the mummified old man's identity, but the scroll hadn't replied to Lin Feng. Now, he didn't know what the scroll had discovered. It was so frightened that its voice was trembling. Shut up, Lin Feng said and cut off the connection with the sheepskin scroll. The mummified old man was very scary. Wherever he passed, all the creatures of the underworld chose to avoid him. Along the way, Lin Feng didn't see a single one of the creatures of the underworld. Loud rumbling sounds came from afar. The great river surged, sweeping through heaven and earth. They had arrived at the river of forgetfulness. They had crossed the river of forgetfulness. They had arrived at the border of the underworld. Chapter 2592. The river of forgetfulness had endless myths and legends. Rumor had it that there was a bridge over the river of forgetfulness. There was an old woman standing on the bridge called Mingpu. After crossing the bridge, one would drink the water of forgetfulness. They would forget their past and present lives. Then, they would enter the 6 paths of reincarnation and undergo reincarnation. Of course, this was just a story in myths and legends. These stories naturally could not be taken seriously. Now, Lin Feng had come to the river of forgetfulness. This was the 2nd time he had come to the river of forgetfulness. The last time he had followed Panda Bear and the others to escort the dead souls into the underworld. He had stopped here. They had not been able to cross the river of forgetfulness because this river did not have the permission of the underworld. If they dared to cross it without permission, they would be mercilessly erased by the underworld. Even those underworld envoys could not cross the river of forgetfulness without permission. The river was torrential, and there were endless resentful souls in it. Those resentful souls let out sharp and ear-piercing screams. Now, those resentful souls had long lost their memories. Only the most evil aura was left. The screams they made when gathered together contained an extremely terrifying penetrating power. That penetrating power was extremely lethal to a cultivator's soul. After hearing the roars of those resentful souls, Lin Feng felt a stabbing pain in his soul. One had to know that Lin Feng's soul was extremely powerful, but he was still affected by the screams of those resentful souls. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they would probably go crazy when they heard the screams of those resentful souls. The mummified old man did not look for the so-called bridge of forgetfulness. Of course, Lin Feng did not know whether the bridge of forgetfulness existed, or not because it was a myth. The mummified old man directly rose into the air, wanting to fly over. The sky above the river of forgetfulness was a world where flying was prohibited. If one wanted to fly over, the final outcome would be falling into the river of forgetfulness and dying tragically. It was not easy to cross the river of forgetfulness. Only the underworld had this method. However, the mummified old man was too powerful. He had formed a powerful power of law, and the power of law formed by his body directly affected the order of law around him. Therefore, it was possible to fly over the river of forgetfulness, which was originally prohibited. Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist also rose into the air, following behind the mummified old man and flying over the river of forgetfulness. Lin Feng discovered that no living beings from the underworld had appeared. It seemed that the creatures of the underworld did not dare to appear and stop this mummified old man. Who exactly was he that even the underworld was afraid of him? As they went deeper and deeper, Lin Feng saw many palaces in the darkness. Those were palaces built by powerful beings. However, many of the palaces were already empty. In the end, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang followed the mummified elder to Fengdu. Standing outside of Fengdu, Lin Feng was incomparably shocked. This was a legendary place. The King of Hell's palace was located here. This was the main camp of the underworld. Other than the 10 Kings of Hell, many legendary existences were also here. For example, Oxhead, Horseface, Judges, and so on were all here. It was rumored that there was another bodhisattva in Fengdu called Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was a terrifying existence. This existence had already achieved enlightenment a long time ago. He could have become a Buddha a long time ago. However, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva wanted to reform the billions of living beings in the underworld. He said, "If hell is not empty, I swear not to become a Buddha." This was Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's great wish. However, how could it be easy to realize this great wish? Is there no one in Fengdu? Lin Feng looked at the tall city walls of Fengdu and couldn't help but mutter to himself. They've probably all been scared away. Taoist Wu Liang muttered. This damned Taoist knew the identity of the mummified old man and felt that it was very normal for the living beings in Fengdu to be scared away. This made Lin Feng even more curious about the identity of this old man. Although the underworld was not as powerful as when the Lord of the Underworld was still alive, it was still the center of the underworld. It was also the center of the underworld and the most powerful force in the underworld. There were many experts. There were also terrifying existences like the 10 Kings of Hell. However, so many experts were actually scared away by a person who had just awakened. This was too unbelievable. It was too unbelievable. The gate of Fengdu was pushed open. It was really empty inside. They didn't find anything. Let's go to the palaces of the 10 Kings of Hell to steal the treasures. They left in a hurry. There must be many treasures that they didn't take away. Taoist Wu Liang said softly. Lin Feng nodded and revealed an excited expression. This was the nest of the underworld. He wondered what he could find here. The mummified old man walked slowly in Fengdu. He walked very slowly and went in many streets. He seemed to be sighing with emotion. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang slipped away. The two of them went to the King of Hell's palace together. The King of Hell's palace was filled with myths and legends. It was said that the life and death of countless living beings were judged by the King of Hell's palace. There was a saying that if the King of Hell wanted you to die at midnight, he would never let you live until dawn. Lin Feng didn't know if this sentence was reasonable or not. However, in myths and legends, the King of Hell's palace was a place that everyone's expression changed when they talked about it. In the world of cultivators, there was a saying that the heaven realm managed immortals, gods, demons, Buddhas, devils, and other living beings. On the other hand, the underworld managed all spirits and ghosts. Therefore, all spirits and ghosts were managed by the 10 Kings of Hell. The history of the 10 Kings of Hell could be traced back to the later period when the Underworld Lord ruled the underworld. It was said that the Underworld Lord seemed to have discovered something and was very worried. No one could take over his position alone. Then, the Underworld Lord established the 10 Kings of Hell. They were given the title of 10 Kings of Hell. The 10 Kings of Hell were, 1st Court King, Qingguang 2nd Court King, Chujiang 3rd Court King, Songdi 4th Court King, Wuguan 5th Court King, Yama 6th Court King, Bianqing 7th Court King, Taishan 8th Court King, Dusher 9th Court King, equal 10th Court King. Chakra. Each of the 10 kings of hell had their own responsibilities. Each of them was responsible for a part of things. In the beginning, the 10 kings of hell did a good job. However, ever since the underworld lord disappeared, some powerful living beings in the underworld started to disobey the rule of the 10 kings of hell. For example, the 5 ghost emperors in the beginning. These 5 existences were very powerful. When they were born, the 10 kings of hell hadn't been born yet. In fact, they were from the same era as the underworld lord, but their cultivation was slightly weaker than the underworld lord. After the underworld lord disappeared, the 5 ghost emperors naturally couldn't continue to listen to the orders of the 10 kings of hell. The 5 ghost emperors were Eastern ghost emperors, Kai Yule and Shen Tu, who ruled Taoji Mountain and Gates of Hell. Western ghost emperors, Zhao Wenhe and Wang Zhenren, who ruled Black Mountain. Northern ghost emperors, Zhang Heng and Yang Yun, who ruled Luofu Mountain. Southern ghost emperor, Du Ziren, who ruled Luofu Mountain. Central ghost emperors, Zhou Qi and Ji Kong, who ruled Calf Mountain. The 5 ghost emperors had a total of 9 people. These 9 people were also peerless experts since ancient times. After the underworld lord disappeared, the 5 ghost emperors were the first to leave the underworld and occupy a region. Chapter 2593. Lin Feng and the Boundless Taoist Priest went to the King of Hell's palace. Lin Feng and the Boundless Taoist Priest arrived. Usually, this place was heavily guarded and no one could enter. But now, Fengdu was empty. Lin Feng and Wuliang Daoist could go wherever they wanted. Yama's palace was very eerie and terrifying, as if they had entered a purgatory world. The palace here was very large, and each palace was densely covered with runes. Yama's palace was divided into 10 main palaces. These 10 main palaces were where the 10 Yama kings handled their daily business. Other than the 10 main palaces, there were many special palaces in Yama's palace, such as the Cultivation Palace, the Formation Palace, the Divine Ability Palace, and so on. Of course, there were also the palaces where they lived. Damn, the treasures have been taken away too. After searching for a long time in Yama's palace, Lin Feng and Wuliang Daoist didn't find anything. The two of them couldn't help but cry out gloomily. They had come here in high spirits, only to find that there was nothing here. It was really disappointing. No wonder the two of them looked so depressed. I don't know where these guys are hiding. They actually took everything away. Aren't they afraid that their nest will be occupied by others? Lin Feng said speechlessly. What are they afraid of? Wait until that old man leaves, and he will naturally come back. Wuliang Daoist said. Lin Feng and Wuliang Daoist finally arrived at the ancestral hall. Here, the memorial tablets of the upper echelons of the underworld were enshrined. At the top of the memorial tablet were the words, Lord of Hell. Further down, there were some upper echelons of the underworld that had fallen, and even some Yama kings. The 10 Yama kings were a kind of inheritance. The 10 Yama kings would also fall. Perhaps they would fall in battle. Or perhaps they would die of old age because their lifespan was exhausted. After the previous Yama king fell, a new Yama king would appear to replace their position. But whether it was the dead Yama king or the new Yama king, they would inherit the title of the 10 Yama kings. Just like the Luanzhuan king of the 10 Yama kings, who was now the 32nd Luanzhuan king. This was like the inheritance of an emperor. An empire had a total of 35 generations and 35 emperors. After Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang searched the ancestral hall, Lin Feng's gaze finally landed on a large bell in the middle of the ancestral hall. This large bell had already rusted. It was probably made from materials refined from iron ore. There was usually a large bell placed in the ancestral hall. The bell had many functions. For example, it would ring when someone passed away. For example, if someone's memorial tablet was to be sent to the ancestral hall, the bell would be rung. The mortal world had such a rule, and it seemed that the underworld had such a rule as well. Lin Feng was staring at the gigantic bell. Even though he didn't see anything special about it, he didn't know what it was. But then again, this was the ancestral hall of the underworld. How could a bell placed here be an ordinary object? Lin Feng felt that this was definitely not an ordinary bell. Lin Feng punched the bell. Dong. The sound of the bell rang out, shaking the void within 100,000 miles. Lin Feng was astonished. This was definitely an astonishing supreme treasure. Hell King Bell. Taoist Wu Liang rushed over and roared in shock. It's mine. He pounced on the bell, wanting to take it for himself. Seeing Taoist Wu Liang's reaction, Lin Feng knew that this bell must have an extremely heaven-defying origin. Lin Feng kicked Taoist Wu Liang away and said, "It's mine. I saw it first. You damned brat. You already have a lot of treasures on you. This Hell King Bell is mine." Taoist Wu Liang crawled up from the ground and shouted fiercely. His eyes were red. This damn Taoist Wu Liang clearly wanted to obtain this Hell King Bell. Lin Feng said indifferently, "It's not a burden to have too many treasures. I still think that I don't have enough treasures. Moreover, don't you know how many treasures you have on you? You still have the nerve to talk about me?" Lin Feng took the Hell King's bell and caressed it. He loved it so much that he didn't want to put it down. Since it was called the Netherworld King's bell, could it be that it was created by the Netherworld King or the Netherworld Lord? Some called him the Netherworld King. Some called him the Netherworld Lord. When Taoist Wu Liang saw that he couldn't obtain the Hell King Bell, he gritted his teeth in anger. Lin Feng looked at Taoist Wu Liang and asked, "What's the origin of the Hell King Bell? Was it created by the Hell King?" Taoist Wu Liang nodded and said, "This is a supreme treasure forged by the Nether King in his early days. It is said that during the battle for the position of Nether King, the Nether King used this supreme treasure to suppress the ghost emperors of the 5 directions, the ghost immortals of the 8 directions. He was invincible and became the Nether King. This ancient bell has witnessed many of the Nether King's legends. However, due to the repeated battles, this ancient bell was severely damaged. After that, the Nether King never used this ancient bell again." Taoist Wu Liang sighed, feeling very depressed. He felt that he was an expert at finding treasures. Yet, the Hell King Bell was taken away by Lin Feng. This was really not right. Lin Feng said, "I'll keep the Hell King Bell first. When I go back, I'll study it properly. Since this supreme treasure was created by the Hell King, it should be able to deter millions of evil spirits." Taoist Wu Liang nodded and said, "It's indeed the nemesis of evil spirits." Immeasurable Taoists searched around but couldn't find anything. This made Immeasurable Taoist furious, especially when he compared it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had obtained the Hell King Bell, but he had obtained nothing. Taoist Wu Liang's head was fuming. Namo Amitba. At that moment, a Buddhist chant resounded through the world. In the deepest part of Fengdu, amidst the chaos, boundless Buddhist light soared into the sky. That's the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's temple. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva didn't leave, Taoist Wu Liang said in shock. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? That's an existence in myths and legends. Lin Feng was shocked. "I swear I won't become a Buddha until hell is empty. If I don't enter hell, who will?" These were words that everyone in the world of cultivators was familiar with. These were words that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had once said. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was filled with countless mysteries. Rumor had it that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was proficient in the past, present, and future. He grasped the power of the past, present, and future. He could be said to be an immeasurable Buddha. It was just that he had never thought of becoming a Buddha. This was because Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's great wish had yet to be realized. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva hoped that hell would be empty and that there would be no more evil in the world. But how could such a wish be realized? Chapter 2594. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had protected the underworld for many years. Perhaps no one knew how strong this being was. The only thing that was known was that this being had heaven-defying combat strength. Now, the mummified old man was facing Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. "Benefactor, go back to where you came from." Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said, "Everyone is afraid of me, but you are here and have never left. Are you not afraid of me?" The mummified old man looked at Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. "I have Buddha in my heart. Why should I be afraid of you, benefactor?" Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva asked. Lin Feng could not see Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's appearance as he was surrounded by endless Buddhist light. Facing Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, he only had the urge to worship him. This being was definitely one of the strongest in the three realms. If he entered the world of Buddhism, he would definitely be on par with the three ancient Buddhas, Dipankara, Tathagata, and Maitreya. Old bald donkey, I'm afraid you can't stop me. I'm going to open the gates of hell and enter the depths of the 18 layers of hell to see if that thing is still there. The mummified old man's voice was cold. He was extremely domineering as he stepped forward and pressured Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. It's not too late to turn back now, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said softly. He stretched out his right hand and gently slapped at Lin Feng. Boundless Buddhist light surged out, and the entire world seemed to turn into a Buddhist kingdom. Petty tricks. The mummified old man's expression was cold as he punched at Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Boom. The two sides collided. Roar. At that moment, a terrifying beast tore through the void and appeared behind the mummified old man. It then opened its bloody mouth and bit at the mummified old man. The beast looked like a lion, but it had dragon whiskers, a dragon's nose, dragon's eyes, and dragon's ears. It was the Truth Listener beast. It was rumored to be the most mysterious spirit beast. It was said that only one Truth Listener beast could be born in an era, and the Truth Listener beast could hear all secrets in an era, the past, present, and even some things in the future. The Truth Listener beast only needed to lie on the ground and listen, would know the secrets. Of course, the Truth Listener beast itself was. Once it was unleashed, its strength was. Whoosh! Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was gone. The mummified old man suddenly disappeared. Was calm. His means were very heaven-defying. It could be said that he had deceived everyone. There were not many people who could Truth's attack. Bodhisattva, you Lord, and I, Bodhisattva. The mummified old man appeared in the depths of the chaos and walked step by step into the darkness of the chaos. Amitba. He Bodhisat. He was because he was and the was. Was he? Was because he was he and the truth was that he the listener. Was that? It's very likely to be a place that leads to the 18 levels of hell. Immeasurable Taoist said. Lin Feng and the Wu-Liang Taoist priest couldn't follow the old man to the 18th floor of hell. Although they really wanted to enter the 18 layers of hell to see what was going on inside, they didn't dare to do so. But obviously, this was not realistic. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu-Liang bowed to Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and then quickly left. Wait for me. After pondering for a moment, Taoist Wu-Liang went to the ancestral hall and took away all the thousands of memorial tablets. Are you courting death? How dare you take away all the spirit tablets of hell's fallen experts? Do you think hell will let you go? Lin Feng said speechlessly. Taoist Wu-Liang chuckled and said, with this memorial tablet, I'm not afraid that the people of the underworld won't cooperate. I'll wait for the people of the underworld to exchange for these memorial tablets with supreme treasures. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. For some reason, he felt that immeasurable Taoist was playing with fire. Do you really think that hell is a freeloader? Do you really think that hell is a freeloader? However, seeing Taoist Wu-Liang's excited expression, Lin Feng didn't want to discourage this damn Taoist. He quickly left with Taoist Wu-Liang. Listen to them. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said with a frown. Yes, Diding replied, and then pressed his ear to the ground. Following that, a look of shock appeared in Diding's eyes. Bodhisattva, I can tell, Diding said. Is that young human from the imperial clan of the sovereigns? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva asked. He is indeed from the imperial clan of the sovereigns. His bloodline also contains the bloodline of the undead gods. However, he has another identity. Diding said, Oh, he has another identity? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was very surprised. This person is not simple. What is his identity? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva asked. Diding said, I don't dare to say. If I do, I'm afraid I'll suffer a calamity. It's better if I write it down for you, my lord. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's expression changed slightly. For countless years, Diding did not dare to say a person's origin. This was the second time this had happened. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva stretched out his right hand. Diding stretched out his claw and wrote a few words on Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's hand. As for what words were written, it was unknown. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was extremely shocked. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva took a deep breath and said, "Let this secret rot in our hearts." Diding nodded with a solemn expression. Then, Diding said, "That Taoist priest is very strange. He blocked the heavenly secrets. Even I couldn't hear any of his secrets." "There's such a thing?" Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was very surprised. Diding said, "Yes. It seems that this Taoist priest has an extraordinary origin. Of course, it's also possible that he has some powerful treasure on him that blocks my probing of his secrets." Amitabha. Now that the 5 signs of decay have appeared, the 3 realms and 6 paths will become lively again. I wonder how many people will survive this calamity? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva sighed. In front of the river of forgetfulness, the river surged. Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang were blocked here, unable to cross. They had been searching for a long time, but they could not find the way. Lin Feng said, "By the way, the sheepskin scroll might know how to cross the river." He took out the sheepskin scroll and asked, "How do we cross the river?" "Chant the incantation to summon the bridge of forgetfulness." The sheepskin scroll said, "You should know the incantation, right?" Lin Feng asked. The sheepskin scroll replied honestly, "I know. Wait a moment." Then, the sheepskin scroll began to chant the incantation. When the incantation was finished, a bridge appeared. The bridge was shrouded in darkness. It was faintly discernible. "So this is the bridge of forgetfulness? Where's Mingpa? Looks like it's really a legend." Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. Then, he and Taoist Wuliang crossed the river. Following that, they headed straight for the passage out of the netherworld. 10 days later, they were finally about to reach the exit. Rumble. However, at this moment, the black fog behind them churned, and the roar of beasts could be heard from within. One after another, armored death knights rode death magic beasts and chased after them. Chapter 2595. Lowly creatures, you actually dared to steal the Bell of Hell and the memorial tablets of the underworld's experts. You all deserve to die. A cold voice came from behind, and the Death Knights exuded a destructive aura. Each Death Knight was stronger than the last. They were like an immortal army of the dead. They cut off all life. They were the strongest among the Een soldiers. They were also the elites of the underworld. Now, they were sent out to deal with Lin Feng and Wu Liang. Taoist Wu Liang shouted, "Didn't you guys go into hiding? Why do you still have the face to come out? Why don't you continue to be a coward?" Courting death, being mocked by Wu Liang, the Death Knights were enraged. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Taoist Wu Liang continued to provoke, "Tisk, TSK. You little shrimps want to catch up to us? You're still far from it. Those cowards of the underworld should send some top-tier experts to hunt us down. You little shrimps can only watch the door. Apart from that, what else can you do?" Hearing Wu Liang's mocking, the Death Knights went crazy. After all, they were Hell's most elite army. But now, Wu Liang had said that they were useless. The Death Knights only had one thought in their minds, and that was to capture that damned Taoist and cut him into pieces. Only then would they feel better. The Death Knights quickly chased after them. Lin Feng and Wu Liang continued to flee. These Death Knights were abnormally strong. Naturally, they were not as useless as Wu Liang had said. If these Death Knights caught up to them, Lin Feng and Wu Liang might die in their hands. You are also the underworld's envoys. How dare you steal the Bell of Hell and the memorial tablets of the underworld's ancestral hall? Do you know what you've done? The leader of the Death Knights said fiercely. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "What *T underworld's envoys? I've long wanted to quit." "That's right. I've long wanted to quit as well." Taoist Wu Liang also shouted. Right now, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang only had one thought in their minds. Now that they had shed all pretense of cordiality with the underworld, even if they wanted to, they couldn't. He might as well act more domineering. Lin Feng and immeasurable Daoist speed was extremely fast. It was not easy for these Death Knights to catch up to them. Lin Feng, you have great potential among the underworld's emissaries. You have a bright future ahead of you. Why do you want to get involved with this damn Daoist? You are still young. Although you have gone astray for a while, you can still be forgiven. How about this? Capture this damn Daoist, and the underworld will forgive you. What do you think? Lin Feng was a netherworld envoy in name. That was why the leader of the Death Knights knew his name. Lin Feng was not surprised at all. Come on, save it. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? So what if what you said is true? You want me to betray my friends? Are you daydreaming? Lin Feng replied. Immeasurable Daoist was very touched when he heard this. He said, as expected of our many years of friendship, Lin Feng said, since you know that we've been friends for many years, hurry up and give me the immortal herbs you have. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Immeasurable Daoist revealed an expression that said, I don't know you. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Today, all of you will die. The leader of the Death Knight's eyes flashed with dense killing intent. Raise your spears. The leader of the Death Knights shouted. The Death Knights all raised the spears in their hands in unison. It was very orderly. Slash. The leader of the Death Knights shouted. Swish. All the Death Knights swung their spears at the same time. Swish. Cold light flashed. Spear lights shot out one after another, and those spear lights converged together. It was so powerful that it could destroy heaven and earth. They charged towards Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist. Hurry up and dodge, Lin Feng shouted in horror. Feeling the attacks from the spear light behind him, his expression became unprecedentedly serious. The Death Knights behind him were still quite a distance away from him and Immeasurable Daoist. However, the Death Knights' cultivation base was too powerful. When a group of Death Knights attacked together, it could be said that their attacks could destroy heaven and earth. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist dodged the attacks of the Death Knights. Swish, swish. The Death Knights continued to attack. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist kept dodging. Pooh! An attack landed on Immeasurable Daoist's arm. With a ripping sound, Immeasurable Daoist's arm was cut off. Blood immediately gushed out. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Immeasurable Daoist wailed. He grabbed his severed arm, his face extremely pale. Lin Feng also suffered. His body was pierced, and he was sent flying. He coughed violently and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. These Death Knights were indeed the elites of the underworld. They were actually so powerful. Even if the Great Emperor came, he would probably be killed by these Death Knights. Can you feel the aura of death? The Death Knight leader laughed sinisterly. After hearing the laughter, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Feel your sister. Immeasurable, your whole family is a Dao sovereign. Immeasurable Daoist cursed loudly while holding his severed arm. You're about to die, and you still dare to curse in front of me. After I kill you, I'll send your soul to the 18th level of hell. The Death Knight leader said coldly. Daoist, you're in trouble now. Lin Feng gloated. And you'll be sent to the 18th level of hell as well. The Death Knight leader glared fiercely at Lin Feng. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so. We'll know soon enough. The Death Knight leader sneered. Because Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist were both injured, the situation was not good. The Death Knights were getting closer and closer to them. It wouldn't be long before the Death Knights caught up to them. Once the Death Knights caught up to them, they would really be consigned to eternal damnation. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist's expressions became extremely unsightly. At this extremely dangerous moment, bestial roars could be heard from afar. Then, another army quickly rushed over. This army charged directly at the Death Knights. What's going on? Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist were both puzzled. Why was the underworld army helping them? Chapter 2596. The army that stopped the Death Knight Legion was brought by this Dragon Knight. Seeing this Dragon Knight flying over on the 8-winged Hellbone Dragon, Lin Feng's expression became slightly serious. He didn't know what this Dragon Knight's goal was. He also didn't know if this Dragon Knight was a friend or foe. Wu Liang Daoist also looked at the Dragon Knight as if he was facing a great enemy. Now, Wu Liang Daoist's wound had already stopped. His wounds had stopped bleeding, unlike before. The eight-winged hell-bone dragon floated in the air while the Dragon Knight jumped down and took off his helmet. What surprised Lin Feng was that this Dragon Knight was actually a skeleton knight. His body was a skeleton. Furthermore, it was a golden skeleton. Lin Feng guessed that the golden skeleton should be a relatively powerful existence among the skeleton race. His status must be very high. Kacha kacha. The skeleton's mouth opened, emitting the sound of bones rubbing against each other. Brother, I don't understand the language of the skeleton race, Lin Feng said. The skeleton transmitted its voice to Lin Feng, land of sealed demons. King Yama. Lin Feng's expression suddenly shook. He pointed at the skeleton in front of him and exclaimed, "You are King Yama?" The skeleton quickly nodded. "Ha ha ha ha, I didn't expect to see you again." Lin Feng excitedly walked towards King Yama. This King Yama was naturally not the 10 Kings of Hell. Instead, it was a name that Lin Feng had given him. Back in the land of sealed demons, Lin Feng and King Yama met. At that time, King Yama didn't have a name. Lin Feng thought of the legendary King Yama, the ruler of hell. Thus, he gave the skeleton the name King Yama. Lin Feng and King Yama experienced many things together in the land of sealed demons. They were chased by the gods of the demonic hall of Samsara and even witnessed the awakening of Gongziyu from his deep sleep. Later, King Yama left with a group of Yin soldiers. He never thought that Lin Feng would see King Yama again in hell. After not seeing him for so many years, King Yinluo should have completed many evolutions, so his body had also turned into a golden skeleton. So much so that Lin Feng did not recognize the identity of the King of Hell just now. In reality, it was very difficult to distinguish the skeleton race because they all looked like skeletons. How could they tell who was who? When Yama Wang saw Lin Feng, he was obviously very happy. He gave Lin Feng a bear hug. "Big brother Feng, I'll help you erase the Underworld Envoy rune. If the Underworld Envoy rune is still there, the people of the Underworld can easily find you," King Yinluo said. "Okay." Lin Feng nodded. King Yinluo stretched out his hand and lightly tapped the center of Lin Feng's brows. Bang! In an instant, the Netherworld Envoy's runes exploded. "And mine, help me get rid of the Netherworld Envoy's runes," Daoist Wuliang shouted. King Yinluo stretched out his hand and lightly tapped the center of Daoist Wuliang's brows. With a bang, the Netherworld Envoy rune between Daoist Wuliang's brows also exploded. From then on, the underworld was no longer able to sense anything about Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang. "Brother, you're doing pretty well," Lin Feng said with a smile. King Yinluo sent a sound transmission. "I am currently working under the Ghost Immortal of the 8 Directions. The Ghost Immortal said that I was his master's descendant in my previous life, so he thinks highly of me. The Ghost Emperors of the 5 Directions and the Ghost Immortals of the 8 Directions were all existences of the same era as the Netherlord." Lin Feng never thought that King Yinluo would actually have a relationship with one of the Ghost Immortals of the 8 Directions. No wonder King Yinluo was able to rise to the top after entering the underworld. "Ha ha ha ha, brother, cultivate well. In the future, you will become an overlord and dominate the underworld. At that time, I will be able to swagger into the underworld." Lin Feng patted King Yinluo's shoulder and said, "I will definitely work hard. Here is a soul stone. Take it. In the future, you can use this soul stone to enter the underworld. You can even use it to communicate with me." King Yinluo handed a soul stone to Lin Feng. Although Daoist Wuliang didn't know what King Yinluo was saying to Lin Feng, his eyes were sharp. However, this fellow's eyesight was extremely unique. He recognized the soul stone at a glance. He exclaimed, "Soul stone? Isn't this a soul stone? Brother, hurry up and ask your friend to give me one as well. This is a heaven-defying treasure. With a soul stone, you can freely travel between the 2 realms." Daoist Wuliang looked extremely excited as he stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at King Yinluo and said, "Brother, do you have another soul stone? Give this damn Daoist one." King Yinluo nodded and took out another soul stone and handed it to Daoist Wuliang. After immeasurable Daoist received the soul stone, he jumped and danced with joy. "We can't stay here for long. Brother Feng, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, when the top experts of the underworld arrive, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. King Yanluo said, All right, take care. We'll meet again. Lin Feng said, Taoist Wuliang, benefactor, we'll meet again next time. Taoist Wuliang also bid farewell to King Yanluo. Then, Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang quickly left. They left the underworld and came to the outside world. At this moment, the two of them finally heaved a sigh of relief. That Lord Prison Guardian is really not a good person. The next time I see him, I'll definitely kill him. Lin Feng said fiercely. Forget it. I've heard of that Lord Prison Guardian. Unless you become an emperor, you can only defeat that guy. Otherwise, you'll just be courting death. Taoist Wuliang curled his lips and said, Breaking through to the Di-Chi layer isn't difficult for me, said Lin Feng confidently. Keep bragging. Taoist Wuliang looked at Lin Feng with a look of disdain. This guy wrapped his severed arm with his magic power, and then he chanted a few incantations. The severed arm automatically reconnected with his body and quickly recovered. Severed arm reattached? What kind of technique is this? Lin Feng looked at Taoist Wuliang with his mouth agape. This damn Taoist Wuliang really had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Hee, great healing art, one of the 3,000 great Daos. Not bad, right? Taoist Wuliang said proudly. This 3,000 great Daos is not bad. How about I use the great binding art to exchange with you? Lin Feng asked. With our relationship, there's no problem. Taoist Wuliang agreed. After returning to the southern Immortal Isles, Lin Feng learned of a big news. A mysterious place had appeared in the depths of the southern Immortal Sea region. It looked like a continent that was faintly discernible. Someone saw a stone stele that towered into the clouds. It stood at the entrance of that world. Countless cultivators were attracted to it. Could it be the heaven-shaking stone stele? After hearing the news, Lin Feng revealed an extremely shocked expression. Chapter 2597. This time, the myriad races had descended on the 9 provinces because of the great opportunity in the southern Immortal Sea domain. There were many different opinions regarding this opportunity. Some said that the door of everlasting life would appear. Some said that the heaven-shaking stone tablet would appear. However, whether it was the appearance of the door of everlasting life or the heaven-shaking stone tablet, they were both extremely heaven-defying. The news that Lin Feng received was that the heaven-shaking stone tablet would appear. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra's methods were extraordinary and had deduced some unimaginable things. Lin Feng had been looking forward to the appearance of that mysterious place. Firstly, Lin Feng suspected that place was related to the disappearance of Senior Dugiya back then. Secondly, Lin Feng had snatched a portion of the heaven-shaking stone tablet and the heaven-shaking art from the myriad races. After seeing the complete heaven-shaking stone tablet, he might be able to use the mysteries of the heaven-shaking art to reveal some of the secrets of the 2 incomplete heaven-shaking stone tablets. Thirdly, Lin Feng had promised the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra that he would help it imprint its soul imprint into the heaven-shaking stone tablet. In return, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra would teach him the 3,000 Great Tao, the Great Reincarnation Technique. Fourthly, the heaven-shaking stone tablet itself was one of the 3 most mysterious existences in the myriad worlds. It recorded the complete inheritance of the 3,000 Great Tao, including the Great Destiny Technique. In fact, the Supreme Divine Court, the Door of Everlasting Life, and the heaven-shaking stone tablet all recorded the cultivation method of the Great Destiny Technique. Of course, it also included many top-notch immortal techniques and methods to plunder the providence of heaven and earth. It was said that there were many terrifying secret techniques, some of which were incomparably overbearing and even incomparably evil. In any case, this heaven-shaking stone tablet was all-encompassing. Not only did it have powerful divine abilities, but it also recorded all kinds of techniques. As long as one could learn a small portion, it would be heaven-defying enough. There was no cultivator in the world who didn't want to comprehend the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist were very fast. Along the way, they saw many cultivators rushing towards that mysterious place. Lin Feng heard some cultivators discussing that place was called the Southern Immortal Demon Realm. It wasn't the first time the Southern Immortal Demon Realm had appeared, but the last time it appeared was back in the early primordial era. That was a golden age of cultivation. It was unknown how many millions of years had passed since the beginning of the primordial age. After such a long time, the reappearance of the Southern Immortal Devil Realm would naturally cause a huge commotion. Now, Lin Feng couldn't be sure if Duguya's disappearance was related to the Southern Immortal Devil Realm. After all, Duguya's disappearance back then was extremely strange. They silently disappeared without a trace. A portion of the top experts disappeared along with Duguya. However, there was no news of those people. In the distance, a phoenix pulled a carriage over. These were 3 phoenixes. They were coiled in flames, pulling a divine chariot. Many people were shocked. A phoenix pulling a carriage. Who was the other party? How could they be so generous? It's not a real phoenix, but it has the bloodline of a phoenix, someone said, letting out a long breath. If a pure-blooded phoenix were to pull the carriage, it would be too terrifying. Even the legendary Queen Mother of the West did not have such a lineup. The phoenix was the bloodline of the Phoenix clan. In the Phoenix clan, the phoenix was the mother and the phoenix was the male. Phoenixes and phoenixes were known as phoenixes. In fact, phoenixes were 2 different creatures of the same race. Lin Gongzi, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. As the phoenix pulled the carriage over, a chuckle could be heard. After hearing this voice, Lin Feng was slightly surprised. This voice seemed to belong to Hua Luoyu. The saintess of the Myriad Flower Pavilion, Hua Luoyu, was an immortal nascent soul. Her cultivation talent could be said to be unparalleled. She was known as the #1 saintess of this generation. Lin Feng did not have a deep relationship with this woman. They had only met once, and they had drunk together. So it's the Flower Fairy. What a pleasure to meet you. Is the Flower Fairy also heading to the Southern Immortal Devil Realm? Lin Feng could not help but ask. Hua Luoyu said, that's right. I'm also heading to the Southern Immortal Devil Realm. Lin Gongzi and Lin Gongzi's friend. Why don't you come in for a chat? Taoist Wu Yang revealed a wretched expression and whispered to Lin Feng, I won't disturb you. It's time to be a man. This lass is very hot. I've seen her before. Try to get her in one fell swoop. When Taoist Wu Yang became wretched, Lin Feng had the urge to punch him to death. After Taoist Wu Yang finished speaking, he quickly left. With Hua Luoyu's spiritual sense, it was impossible for her not to hear Taoist Wu Yang's words. However, Hua Luoyu did not say anything. This woman knew how to deal with people. Fairy, it's not convenient to ride in the same carriage. It will affect your reputation. I thank you for your kind intentions. I'll take my leave now. Lin Feng cupped his fists and chased after Taoist Wu Yang. Don't follow me. Your luck is monstrous. If I follow you, all the good things will land in your hands. Taoist Wu Yang saw Lin Feng chasing after him and unhappily called out. This guy was still brooding over the matter of the Bell of Hell King. Look at what you're saying. When we combine our swords, we'll be invincible, said Lin Feng. Invincible, your sister. Taoist Wu Yang said unhappily and quickly left. This damn Taoist Wu Yang's methods were not ordinary. Even Lin Feng could not catch up to him. Lin Feng could only head to the Southern Immortal Demon Realm by himself. Along the way, some people recognized Lin Feng's identity. Many cultivators from the 9 prefectures expressed their goodwill. However, many cultivators from the myriad races had a cold expression on their faces. A few heaven-defying geniuses have already reached the Southern Immortal Demon Realm. I'm really looking forward to their clash with this kid. Let's see how he'll die at that time. The cultivators from the myriad races discussed in low voices. A month later, Lin Feng arrived at the Southern Immortal Demon Realm. The Southern Immortal Demon Realm had already opened. It was like a huge world that stretched as far as the eye could see. That world was filled with desolate, ancient forests. The aura of a desolate world assaulted his senses. It was ancient and heavy. A huge stone stele appeared in his line of sight. It was 10,000 meters tall. It was as majestic as a mountain. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. What a huge stone stele! Many people exclaimed and flew toward the stone stele. It doesn't look like a heaven-shaking stone stele, Lin Feng muttered. He quickly flew toward the stone stele. The cultivators who had just arrived were attracted by the stone stele. All of them flew toward the stone stele. Surrounding the stone stele were densely packed cultivators. What stone stele is this? Someone asked. Rumor has it that this stone stele fell from the celestial realm. An old cultivator said. What? It fell from the celestial realm? Many people were shocked. The celestial realm was ethereal. It was an existence of a higher realm. The three realms were the celestial realm, the netherworld, and the chaotic Xinhuang realm. Because the chaotic Xinhuang realm was too mysterious, cultivators from the outside world did not know much about it. They were most familiar with the celestial realm and the netherworld. However, in reality, the netherworld was far inferior to the celestial realm. Although the netherworld surpassed the 3,000 great realms, it was still far from the celestial realm. It was said that when the netherworld lord was still alive, he had to go to the celestial realm to report to the celestial lord. From this, it could be seen that the netherworld seemed to be under the jurisdiction of the celestial realm. Chapter 2598. Senior, is there anything special about this stele that stands here? Someone asked. They felt that this stele wasn't simple at all. Perhaps there was something unusual about it. The old man said, the reason why this stone tablet is called the Supreme Stele is because it's rumored that only top-tier supreme beings can cause the stone tablet to change and imprint their image on it. The greater the talent, the higher the position of the imprint. The old man said, test one's talent? This kind of thing is very common. Someone said, even feeling a little disapproving. Lin Feng had ascended the Prodigy Arena before. The Prodigy Arena had 99 stone steps. Each step represented a different kind of talent. Therefore, Lin Feng wasn't unfamiliar with things that tested one's talent. Apart from the Prodigy Arena, there were other things that tested one's talent. For example, there were some crystal balls that could test a cultivator's talent. This stele is different. Ordinary things that test one's talent can be tested by anyone, but this heaven boundary stele only allows geniuses above the heaven-defying level to imprint their image on it. Moreover, I heard that Pangu, Nuwa, and the others use this heaven boundary stele to test their talent. The old man said, what? It can't be, right? Pangu and Nuwa use this heaven boundary stele to test their talent? Could it be a scam? Many people shook their heads, not believing the old man's words. What kind of people were Pangu and Nuwa? They were innate life forms that were born when the heavens and earth were first created. They were powerful enough to make the heavens and earth pale in comparison. Nothing is impossible. This heaven boundary stele has a long history. It can test anyone's talent. In fact, it's not just Pangu and Nuwa. Some people in myths and legends, such as the great sage, Heaven's Equal, the victorious fighting Buddha, the king of gods, the ninth demon lord, the sky-devouring demon emperor, the king of immortals, the three sovereigns and 5 emperors, the 9 heavenly fairies, the grand supreme, Guangyuan, Tongtian sect leader, goddess of stone, and many others have used this heaven boundary stele to test their talent. The old man said. After hearing the old man's words, the crowd fell silent. Any one of the cultivators that the old man mentioned was a heaven-defying existence. Every one of them had a glorious history. Countless years had passed. Countless worlds. There were still countless legends about them. And now, this old man actually said that those experts had actually used this heaven boundary monument to test their talent. It was truly inconceivable. Why do those experts use the heaven boundary monuments to test their talent? Lin Feng asked. He felt very puzzled. I heard that the heaven boundary monument is very special. It can predict the future and generally test what kind of achievements a person will achieve in the future. Those experts also want to see what kind of achievements they can achieve in the future. The heaven boundary monument will conduct a comprehensive test according to the tester's bloodline, perception, physical body, luck, and other aspects. The higher the result, the more powerful the talent of the cultivator, and the higher the achievements in the future. Correspondingly, their imprints on the heaven boundary monuments will be even higher. The old man explained. Let me try. A cultivator from the myriad races stepped out and walked towards the heaven boundary monument. Golden Blood Demon Clan. Someone exclaimed. The Golden Blood Devil Clan was an extraordinary clan. This clan had the royal bloodline among the myriad of clans. It was an extremely powerful clan. That's Zhou Hongyan from the Golden Blood Devil Clan, right? He's one of the top 3 geniuses among the Golden Blood Devil Clan's younger generation, a cultivator from the myriad races said. A cultivator from the myriad races said, recognizing the identity of the man. This was an extremely extraordinary figure. Even among the younger generation of the myriad races, he could be considered a top heaven's pride. He walked towards the heaven boundary monument step by step with a confident and calm expression. However, when he was 1,000 meters away from the heaven boundary monument, he couldn't get any closer. A powerful pressure formed around the heaven boundary monument, preventing him from advancing. Do you see that? He can't even get close to the heaven boundary monument. How can he test his talent? Said the old man. Many people were shocked and moved. The heaven boundary monument was too extraordinary. It was so heaven-defying that it made people's expressions change. The Golden Blood Devil Clan's Zhou Hongyan's talent was extremely powerful. Among the myriad race's younger generation, only a few people were qualified to say that they were more talented than Zhou Hongyan. However, even with Zhou Hongyan's talent, he could only reach 1,000 meters away from the heaven boundary monument. He couldn't go any further. It was hard to imagine how powerful one's talent was to get close to the heaven boundary monument. I don't believe it, Zhou Hongyan roared. He had always been very confident in his talent, but now he had suffered a huge blow. Hence, he was extremely unwilling to accept this. Zhou Hongyan's body emitted a terrifying aura. He continued walking towards the heaven boundary monument. However, he only took 3 steps. The heaven boundary monument released a terrifying aura that sent Zhou Hongyan flying. Wah! Zhou Hongyan vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted. What a terrifying heaven boundary monument! Everyone was shocked. The heaven boundary monument was too heaven-defying. The ability it displayed was shocking. Just how powerful was one's talent to get close to the heaven boundary monument? Could it be that those who can use the heaven boundary monument to test their talent are all existences that can become great emperors or immortals in the future? Someone said with a trembling voice. If that was the case, then it was too shocking. It was simply inconceivable. The old man said, that's indeed the case. I've heard that those who left their imprints on the heaven boundary monument have at least reached the great emperor realm. The old man's words caused a huge commotion. It was too shocking. Let me give it a try. A voice came from afar. It was a man shrouded in divine light. He was like an immortal god that had descended into the world. He was very young, but his strength was unimaginably powerful. A member of the ancient god clan. Someone cried out in alarm. The ancient god clan. It was said that their ancestors were immortals. This clan had always been incomparably prosperous. The strength of this clan was simply unimaginable. Even in this era where cultivation was declining, this clan still had a great emperor overseeing it. Sherdao Tian. He is Sherdao Tian, one of the heaven-defying geniuses of the myriad races. He is cultivated for 351 years this year. When he was in the heavenly god realm, he could already challenge boundary emperors. Now, it is said that he has cultivated to the giant god realm. I wonder which boundary emperor realm he can defeat? Chapter 2599. What? He's Sherdao Tian? The cultivators of the myriad races were shocked. There weren't many heaven-defying geniuses in the myriad races, but every one of them had a unique characteristic. When they were in the heavenly god realm, they could defeat many boundary emperors. Therefore, when Lin Feng killed the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan, many people thought that he was a heaven-defying genius. This myriad race cultivator called Sherdao Tian was a heaven-defying genius. Of course, he had cultivated for more than 300 years more than Lin Feng, so he was definitely stronger than Lin Feng in terms of cultivation level. Lin Feng had heard many people talk about how powerful and terrifying the heaven-defying geniuses of the myriad races were, but he didn't pay much attention to it at that time. Now, he was seeing Sherdao Tian with his own eyes. Lin Feng's expression turned solemn. He was indeed a terrifying existence. Such an expert wasn't easy to deal with. As the leader of the ancient god clan's younger generation, Sherdao Tian's cultivation base was unimaginably powerful. He hadn't fought for a long time. No one knew how strong he was. The female cultivators of the myriad races screamed when they saw Sherdao Tian. Sherdao Tian was young, handsome, and had great talent and strength. He was of noble birth. He was simply the most perfect man. No matter where he went, he would be the center of attention. He was also the object of admiration of countless women. Young Master Sherdao will definitely cause a phenomenon, someone said. Many of the myriad races began to flatter Sherdao Tian. Sherdao Tian didn't say anything. He just smiled. He walked toward the heaven boundary steel. The heaven boundary steel's powerful pressure didn't affect Sherdao Tian at all. Sherdao Tian walked all the way to the heaven boundary steel. He looked at the old man and asked, "How does the heaven boundary steel test a person's potential?" "It only needs one punch," the old man said. Sherdao Tian nodded and gathered his strength. He threw a punch at the heaven boundary steel. Bam! The powerful punch smashed into the heaven boundary steel. A dull sound of collision was immediately heard. Next, the sound of the heavenly Tao resounded through the clouds. Everyone was shocked. Sherdao Tian had caused a phenomenon. Was Shin Daotian going to become a great emperor in the future? With Shin Daotian's talent, he could indeed become a great emperor-level existence in the future. At this moment, the heaven boundary monument suddenly flickered with holy light. Soon after, numerous figures appeared. Heavens! Are all those phantoms the experts who successfully imprinted their images? Many people cried out in shock. 100 meters above the stone tablet, there were images of cultivators standing in almost every position. Depending on one's potential, everyone's standing position was also different. However, the higher they went, the fewer people there were. When they reached about 5 kilometers, the number of people was already very low. There were only a few hundred people. It was impossible to see the appearances of those phantoms clearly. He could only see a blurry image. The image of divine Daotian was imprinted at the bottom of the steel. There were more than a dozen cultivators branded together with him, but he didn't know who they were. Even a heaven-defying talent like divine Daotian is only imprinted at the bottom of the heaven boundary steel. Isn't the heaven boundary steel's requirement for talent too high? The few of us probably don't even have the qualifications to approach the heaven boundary steel, right? Many people said. Divine Daotian seemed dissatisfied with his position. He couldn't help but frown slightly. However, he immediately sneered. "I believe that man can conquer the heavens. In the future, my achievements will definitely surpass those of my predecessors." Divine Daotian was extremely arrogant. He was a person who had boundless confidence in himself. The reason he was able to reach his current height was closely related to his powerful self-confidence. Divine Daotian believed in himself. This was a kind of self-examination of his Dao heart. Divine Daotian didn't stay and quickly left. As for the others, they were observing the phantoms imprinted on the heaven boundary steel. A snake head with a human body? Is that Lady Nuwa? She's about 9 kilometers away from the heaven boundary steel. Someone pointed at one of the phantoms and said in shock. There were very few people there, only a dozen or so. That's right. That should be Lady Nuwa. Someone quickly replied. They felt that it should be Lady Nuwa. There were also some people around Lady Nuwa, a total of a dozen or so people. Most likely, they were existences on the same level as Lady Nuwa. Surrounded by boundless demonic light, those 9 people are standing together. Are they the 9 legendary demon overlords? The 9 people standing at about 9 kilometers away from the heaven boundary steel caused one's imagination to run wild. They were standing slightly closer to Lady Nuwa, and their potential was even greater than hers. Although Lady Nuwa was Mother Earth, she wasn't known for her powerful cultivation. Look, there are 8 men standing beside the 9 demon overlords. They're surrounded by sacred light. Could they be the ancestors of our human race, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? A human cultivator said excitedly. The existences imprinted on the heaven boundary steel were the greatest group of experts in history. The fact that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were standing at about 9 kilometers away from the heaven boundary steel showed how powerful and terrifying they were. There are some people there as well. Those people have monstrous demonic auras. Are they experts of the demon race? Those people are surrounded by Buddhist light. Are they experts of the Buddhist world? Someone continued. The 9 kilometers away from the heaven boundary steel was extraordinary. There were many experts standing there. Further up, at a position of 9,500 meters, stood a blurry figure. However, it could be seen that it seemed to be a monkey. Is that the great sage, heaven's equal? Many people were moved. They thought of a peerless existence from ancient times. Who could compete with the great sage, heaven's equal? If it was really the great sage, heaven's equal, then he was too powerful in this era. Not many people could defeat him. There were a few people standing beside the great sage, heaven's equal. They were blurry, and one couldn't see their faces clearly. Someone pointed at one of the figures and saw that the figure was holding a horsetail whisk. Many people instantly thought of the Taoist cultivators. Could it be the primeval Lord of Heaven, Taishang Laojun, Lord of Tao and Virtue? They are the ancestors of Taoism. Someone spoke like this, feeling exceptionally shocked. Beside these people stood 7 mysterious existences, surrounded by Buddhist light. Could it be the 7 ancient Buddhas? They are the founders of Buddhism. The teachings of Buddhism were created by them. Even Dipankara, Tathagata, and Maitreya Buddha are their juniors. A cultivator said in shock. His heart was greatly touched. Look up. Endless immortal light lingers. Immortals are kneeling. That blurry figure, could it be the king of the legendary nation of myriad immortals? Someone pointed at the 9 kilometers away from the heaven boundary steel. The nation of myriad immortals was also known as the nation of immortals. It was an ethereal place. The strength of the king was unimaginable. It's very likely that he's that legendary existence. Someone said, "Oh my God. Heavens, look at the 5 phantoms next to him. They're standing together, and their bloodlines are connected. Could it be that those 5 heaven-defying existences are from the same family?" Chapter 2600. The 5 phantoms were like 5 immortal sovereigns. Although their bloodlines were connected, their auras were actually different. Some of them were surrounded by holy light, while others were surrounded by surging demonic energy. These 5 experts all cultivated different techniques, which was why this kind of situation occurred. Many people were shocked. If a single clan could produce 5 experts like this, that would be too heaven-defying. What clan do you think they are from? A clan with 5 saints? How unimaginable. Someone said. Even now, he still found it hard to believe. It was too shocking. There were very few people who could stand at that position, but this clan actually had 5 of them. They stood at the 9,700-meter position. That position was too shocking. Anyone who could stand at that position represented immortality and power. I've heard that the Immortal Clan, Celestial Clan, and other clans exist in the Heaven Realm. Are they cultivators from those clans? Someone asked. He thought of some ancient clans. For example, the Celestial Clan was actually a clan formed by the descendants of some innate life forms. They were one of the most ancient human clans. However, after countless years, they gradually became different from ordinary humans. Their bloodlines were powerful, and their inheritances were powerful. They were born with extraordinary strength. Ordinary humans, on the other hand, were relatively weak. Because of this, factions like the Celestial Clan broke away from the human race and no longer recognized themselves as part of the human race. Now, even the Heaven Realm was controlled by the Celestial Clan, Immortal Clan, and other ancient clans. They were one of the most powerful primordial clans in the world. History could be traced back to the time when the world was created. Naturally, it was easy for many people to speculate that the 5 existences might have come from one of these clans. Even the great sage, Heaven's Equal, the 3 primes of Taoism, and the others are standing below them. The 5 existences are standing at the same position as the king of the nation of myriad immortals. Do you think the Celestial Clan, Immortal Clan, and other clans can produce such powerful existences? Someone asked. Maybe, but to be able to give birth to one is already heaven-defying enough, let alone 5. Therefore, the 5 existences shouldn't be from the celestial clan, immortal clan, or other clans. They should be from an even more powerful clan. Another cultivator said. This cultivator's words immediately resonated. Many people also thought so. Although the immortal race, celestial race, and other races were powerful, it was already extremely difficult for their ancestors to give birth to such a heaven-defying character. Not to mention that there were 5 such characters now. Therefore, those races could be excluded. I thought of an ethereal race that is almost mythical, a cultivator said. His words attracted the attention of many people. Someone asked, fellow Taoist, what race are you referring to? Sovereign Emperor Clan. The cultivator said, Sovereign Emperor Clan? Does it really exist? Some people questioned. Many people had heard of this race before, but there were too few records about the sovereign race in history. It was almost impossible to find any information about them. As a result, countless people felt that the Sovereign Emperor Clan was just a mythical race. The cultivator said, I saw a story in an incomplete Taoist scripture. The story went like this. An epoch collapsed, and life was born. The Sovereign Emperor was the first to appear. Then came the primordial chaos, and all living things were born. The Sovereign Emperor appeared, awakened all living things, taught Nuwa, and created life. The meaning of this passage was very easy to understand. It meant that after the collapse of the previous epoch, a new epoch began to be born. When the new epoch was formed, a living being was born. This living being was called the Sovereign Emperor. The Sovereign Emperor and the epoch were formed together. After the epoch was formed, the primordial chaos arrived. At that time, innate life forms began to be born, and all living things began to evolve. After the Sovereign Emperor appeared, he began to awaken these innate life forms. Then, the Sovereign Emperor taught Nuwa how to create life. Could the Sovereign Emperor here be the ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan? Someone asked in shock. This piece of news was truly earth-shattering. The cultivator nodded. That's right. The cultivator nodded and said, yes, the ruler here refers to the first ancestor of the Sovereign Imperial clan. He predated the 4 giants of the primordial era, and he was the one who taught Nuwa how to create all living things. At the very beginning, our human race was actually the strongest race. For example, the immortal race and the celestial race were all part of the human race. They were the most primitive human race and were abnormally strong. However, as we continued to reproduce, our bloodline became thinner and thinner. Only a very small number of people managed to maintain their pure bloodline, while the rest no longer had any bloodline power. That was when our human race began to weaken. That's why the human race's history is divided into 2 parts. One is the Xiantian era, and the other is the Hotian era. In the Hotian era, the human race was extremely weak and precarious. It wasn't until the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors appeared that the human race was once again on the right track. Although our physical bodies are weak and our talent can't compare to that of many other races, our comprehension is the best out of all the other races. The higher our comprehension, the greater our accomplishments. Do you know why our comprehension is so high? It's said that when Nuwa created the human race of the absolute beginning, she created the human race in the image of the first sovereign emperor. That's why the human race's body is so close to the Sovereign Emperor clan. That's why the human race's comprehension is so high. Lin Feng was also shocked. This was the first time he'd heard something like this. The human race was created in the image of the first ancestor of his mother's race? The first ancestor of his mother's race was born even earlier than the 4 titans of the primordial chaos era? Even though Lin Feng was the successor of the Sovereign Emperor clan, he was still shocked. His heart was filled with shock. These things are really hard to believe, someone said, feeling that this cultivator's words were too inconceivable, too full of myths and legends. That's a bunch of nonsense. The cultivators of the myriad races sneered. They didn't believe it, or perhaps they didn't want to believe it. In their eyes, the human race was a lowly race. However, the cultivator's words made it clear that the human race had a special status. Although the human race's bloodline was weak, they had an extraordinary origin. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them one of the noblest races in the myriad of worlds. It was hard for the myriad races to accept this. That's what's recorded in the Tao scripture. I'm only talking about what's recorded in the Tao scripture. As for whether it's true or not, I'm not sure. The cultivator said. Everyone continued to look up. Above the monarch of the myriad immortals country, and the 5 mysterious figures stood 4 figures. The 4 figures were shrouded in mystery. Their auras were incomparably ancient and powerful. When they saw the 4 figures, everyone felt the urge to bow down and worship them. Are those the 4 titans of the primordial chaos era? Chapter 26:01. The hazy figure was shrouded in mysterious colors. Who didn't know the 4 titans of the primordial age? Who didn't know? Heaven and earth transformed into primordial age. This was the first expert of the primordial age. He was also known as Primordial Age and called himself Primordial Age Taoist. It was said that this Taoist was formed from Lu Purple Qi. Lu Purple Qi was the first purple Qi in the world. After Primordial Age Taoist were Taoist Luya and Taoist Hongjun. First there was Hongjun, then there was Heaven. Taoist Luya was still in front. This sentence had been passed down for countless years. It was passed down because of one thing. Rumor had it that Taoist Hongjun had created the original heavenly Tao. Heaven referred to the heavenly Tao. That was why the saying, Hongjun was first, then heaven. In other words, before Hongjun, the world was chaos and there were no heavenly Tao rules. Taoist Luya was first meant that Taoist Luya was actually superior to Hongjun. However, Taoist Luya was a carefree figure, unlike Taoist Hongjun, who had taken in the likes of Primeval Lord of Heaven and Tongtian as disciples. That was why Hongjun was so famous. As for Patriarch Hun Kuan, he was more mysterious. A mass of chaos gave birth to a sacred spirit. Patriarch Hun Kuan was the first living being born from the chaos. Unlike Primordial Age, Taoist Luya, and Hongjun, he was born from the purple Qi. Apart from Patriarch Hun Kuan, who else was born from the chaos? There were too many. For example, Pangu, Nuwa, and the others were born from the chaos. The first batch of Khanate life forms was born from the chaos. Patriarch Hun Kuan was the first Khanate life form. After his birth, the rest of the Khanate life forms were born one after another. That was why Patriarch Hun Kuan was so famous in the early days of the epoch. Hongjun was famous because his disciples were so heaven-defying that they created immortal legacies. Patriarch Hun Kuan was famous because all the Khanate life forms respected him. Pangu, Nuwa, and the others had to respectfully address him as Patriarch when they saw him. This was Patriarch Chaos Dumpling status. Rumor had it that the ruler of the nation of immortals was a descendant of Patriarch Hun Kuan. Of course, no one knew if this was true. After all, there was no proof of this. However, as the saying goes, there is no smoke without fire. Since this matter had spread like wildfire, perhaps it really was related? This might not be accurate. Now, the surrounding cultivators were discussing the 4 vague existences. Everyone was almost certain that they were the 4 giants of the Grand Mist era. They stood at a position of 9,800 meters. In that position, just the 4 of them. They were all living beings born during the Primordial Era. The Primordial Era was the first great era of this era. Therefore, they were the first batch of existences born after the epoch was formed. Look, there seems to be a ball of holy light at 9,900 meters. Someone pointed at a location that was 9,900 meters away and then exclaimed. A ball of holy light surrounded by endless divine splendor appeared. It was dazzling. That ball of holy light was extraordinary. It shocked and moved everyone. No cultivators appeared there, but a ball of holy light appeared. How strange. What does that ball of holy light represent? Everyone was puzzled. He didn't understand what that ball of holy light represented. Heavens, holy light has turned into a human. Suddenly, a cultivator exclaimed and pointed at the ball of holy light. A cultivator walked out of the ball of holy light. That cultivator was shrouded in holy light. Like everyone else, his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Many people were shocked. A person who could suppress the 4 giants of the Grand Mist era had actually appeared. Who was he? Could the legend of the Sovereign Emperor clan be true? Someone asked. He recalled some of the things that the cultivator had mentioned earlier. It was about the mysterious Sovereign Emperor clan. This ancient and mysterious race was shrouded in many myths and legends. Therefore, many people believed that the Sovereign Emperor clan was a made-up race. But now, a mysterious cultivator had actually appeared at the 9,900-meter position of the heaven boundary steel. This existence had trampled the four giants of the Grand Mist era under his feet. Such a heaven-defying existence actually existed. It was too inconceivable. It felt like a dream. However, all of this was real. At this time, everyone naturally thought of the ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan. What is he doing? Someone muttered. Everyone looked at the man who had walked out of the ball of holy light. Although the image was a little blurry, everyone could clearly see what he was doing. He raised his hands. Then, he faced everyone and made a peace sign. What the? Many people almost fell to the ground. Was this really a peerless and unrivaled expert? Such a powerful expert would actually make such a frivolous action. Everyone found this inconceivable. This action, it's too familiar, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He thought of the scroll he had obtained when he went to Nuwa's cave with the Empress. There were 6 people drawn on the scroll. They were Goddess Nuwa, Fushi, Swirenshi, Fairy of the Nine Heavens, and Pangu. There was also a mysterious person. At that time, Lin Feng didn't know who he was. That mysterious person grinned and made a peace sign with his hands. It was a complete contrast to the sacred and dignified appearances of the other 5 experts. When Lin Feng saw the person who had appeared 9,900 meters away from the Heaven Boundary Monument, he felt that these 2 people were very likely the same person. However, he couldn't see the appearance of the person on the Heaven Boundary Monument clearly. Could this person be the ancestor of my mother's clan? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. This ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan didn't have the slightest hint of the sacred aura of an unparalleled expert. It seemed that the ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan was a frivolous existence. Lin Feng found it hard to calm down. He had always known that the Sovereign Emperor clan was an extremely powerful clan. They could even be described as heaven-defying. However, Lin Feng had never imagined that the Sovereign Emperor clan would be so powerful. Even the 4 giants of the primordial era were trampled under the feet of the Sovereign Emperor clan's ancestor. What level of cultivation did this ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan possess in the past? Did such a powerful existence obtain the ability to live forever? The Sovereign Emperor clan had already declined, and their bloodline was extremely thin. Their inheritance was close to being completely severed. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps this ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan had also fallen in the long river of history. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't avoid death. The Tao sounds in the world gradually dissipated. The illusory figure on the Heaven Boundary Monument gradually faded away. Chapter 2602. Those experts' images have all disappeared. I didn't expect the first-ranked expert to be such a frivolous person. I wonder if that expert is the rumored ancestor of the Sovereign Imperial clan? Who knows? The Sovereign Imperial clan is too mysterious. Countless people were discussing the Sovereign Imperial clan and the experts' images on the Heaven Boundary Steel. The cultivators gathered around the Heaven Boundary Steel began to disperse. Since the experts' images had already disappeared, there was no more excitement to watch. The Heaven Boundary Steel was so terrifying that it was too difficult to test it. Only those with heaven-defying talents could approach the Heaven Boundary Steel to test it. The number of cultivators around the Heaven Boundary Steel dwindled. Lin Feng had yet to leave. He wanted to test his potential and see what level of existence he could grow to in the future. The Heaven Boundary Steel was extraordinary. It could predict the future and predict a cultivator's future achievements. Of course, the future was full of variables. Sometimes, there would be some deviations. However, the final deviation would not be too great. Soon, the sky darkened. Only Lin Feng was left at the Heaven Boundary Steel. He walked toward the Heaven Boundary Steel. Terrifying and powerful auras spread out and pressed toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent when he sensed the powerful fluctuations. Although the Heaven Boundary Steel's aura was powerful, it could not stop his footsteps. Soon, Lin Feng arrived in front of the Heaven Boundary Steel. Then, he circulated all the power in his body. His physical strength, magic power, sovereign bloodline, and undying divine blood were all activated. Then, shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice while throwing a punch. The peerless and invincible punch blasted toward the Heaven Boundary Steel. Bang! The tyrannical attack landed on the Heaven Boundary Steel. In an instant, the sound of the heavenly Tao resounded through the clouds. All kinds of powerful cultivators' images appeared. Lin Feng imprinted his image at the 1,000-meter mark. Damn! My innate talent only appeared at the 1,000-meter mark. Are those people's innate talents so heaven-defying? Lin Feng was speechless. This result was much worse than he had imagined. However, when Lin Feng thought about his undying god blood, he realized that even the Sovereign Emperor clan had yet to fully awaken it. To be able to be ranked in this position was already quite good. Previously, the ancient god clan's Shindaoyan's bloodline had already undergone a deep-level awakening, but he had only appeared at the bottom of the Heaven Boundary Monument. If his two bloodlines were to undergo a deep awakening, it wouldn't be a problem for him to appear at a height of 3,000 to 4,000 meters. Who knows, he might even be able to appear at a higher position. Lin Feng was about to withdraw his fist and leave. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt his body begin to heat up. A vortex appeared in his dantian. That vortex was swirling within the primal chaos. What's that? Lin Feng's face was full of shock. This was the first time that the mysterious vortex had appeared in his dantian. He had never seen it before. At this time, the whirlpool in Lin Feng's dantian gushed out a terrifying power. That power seemed to be able to topple mountains and overturn seas. All of it surged into Lin Feng's arm. This was an extremely mysterious power. The power of this power shocked Lin Feng. In addition to the power of the physical body and magic power, cultivators also possessed the power of bloodlines. Of course, this referred to cultivators with special bloodlines. Cultivators with ordinary bloodlines didn't even have the power of bloodlines. Therefore, Lin Feng's punch contained his physical strength, magic power, and the power of two bloodlines. However, Lin Feng didn't know what kind of power this mysterious power was. Was this the power of bloodlines? Could it be that he possessed a third bloodline? At this moment, Lin Feng's heart was extremely unsettled. This was because there were still some shocking secrets hidden in his body. And these secrets were secrets that he didn't know about. After the power surged into his arm, Lin Feng only wanted to swing his arm and punch out. Bang! He punched out a second time. When this punch landed on the Heaven Boundary Monument, something shocking happened. Between heaven and earth, the sound of Tao resounded through the void. Flowers rained down from the heavens. Golden lotuses surged from the earth. The most shocking thing was that Lin Feng's imprint that appeared 1,000 meters away from the Heaven Boundary Monument was actually walking up step by step. All the experts' imprints on the Heaven Boundary Monument looked at Lin Feng's imprint at the same time. Soon, Lin Feng's imprint reached the 2,000-meter mark. However, it still didn't stop and continued to walk up. 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 9,000 meters. Even Lin Feng was dumbfounded at this scene. The higher one walked, the greater one's future achievements would be. After the mysterious power in his body surged out, the shadow that he had imprinted on himself had already reached a distance of 9,000 meters. It was simply too shocking. It still didn't stop at the 9,000-meter mark. 9,100 meters. 9,200 meters. This talent suppressed countless immortals and sentient life forms. 9,300 meters. 9,400 meters. 9,500 meters. 9,600 meters. 9,700 meters. Lin Feng arrived at the location of the myriad immortal nations monarch and the 5 mysterious experts. At this very moment, the aura of Lin Feng's imprint actually connected with the auras of the 5 experts. Bloodline connected. Same clan. Those 5 existences. They were actually Lin Feng's ancestors. Are they the ancestors of the Sovereign Emperor clan? Lin Feng revealed an extremely shocked expression. His imprint didn't stop there. It still continued to walk up. The four titans of the primordial era all looked at Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly had a misconception. He vaguely sensed that the four titans of the primordial era were looking at him with encouragement. Apart from encouragement, there seemed to be anticipation. Finally, Lin Feng reached the four titans of the primordial era. He paused for a moment, then continued to walk up. Soon, he reached the 9,900-meter mark and stood at the same position as the sovereign emperor clan's ancestor. Even now, Lin Feng didn't dare to believe that he could reach this position. Just how heaven-defying was the talent required to reach this position? Was he going to reach the same level as the sovereign emperor clan's ancestor in the future? Lin Feng felt a proud gaze. The sovereign emperor clan's ancestor seemed to be proud of having such an outstanding descendant. However, what shocked Lin Feng even more was that this position wasn't his final destination. Lin Feng's imprint continued to walk up. In the end, the imprint stood at the 10,000-meter mark, at the very top of the heaven's chosen list. He stepped on the heaven boundary steels. The thunderous sound of war drums resounded through the heavens. This is the sound of the heaven drum. The legendary heaven drum is being sounded. It's said that the heaven drum will only sound when someone's talent surpasses the immortal realm. Chapter 26:03. The heavenly drum sounded, shaking the surroundings. Countless experts quickly flew in the direction of the heaven boundary monuments. That's when the experts arrived and saw Lin Feng's illusory figure imprinted on the heaven boundary monuments. They were deeply shocked. A hazy, illusory figure stood on top of the heaven boundary monuments. It was as if he was looking down on all the mountains. Below him were countless powerful existences that could shock the world and make ghosts and gods weep. The scene in front of them deeply shocked everyone. It made everyone turn pale with fright and disbelief. Who is it? His talent is actually so heaven-defying. Countless cultivators murmured. However, no one knew who that mysterious person was. This matter was enough to cause a huge commotion. In this era where cultivation was declining, such a peerless genius had actually appeared. Could it be that this person wanted to rely on the opportunity of the epic change to become a peerless expert? Investigate. We must find out who that person is. I hope he's a cultivator from our myriad races. If he's not, we must kill him. Otherwise, he'll definitely become a huge threat in the future. The experts of the myriad races communicated through their divine wills. They were very anxious. They wanted to know who that person standing on top of the heaven boundary monuments was. I hope he's a cultivator from 9 prefectures. The upper echelons of many forces in 9 prefectures also sent people to investigate. They wanted to know who that person was. Many cultivators from other races also sent people to investigate this matter. This matter was enough to cause a huge commotion. It was too shocking. That person's potential had already surpassed the 4 overlords of primordial chaos, the sovereign emperor clan's founder, and the others. If he could continue to grow smoothly, he would be able to do so. Everyone knew that this person would definitely become an extremely heaven-defying existence. He might even become the epic lord. Not everyone wanted to see such a thing happen. At this moment, Lin Feng was already far away from that area. Now, he had discovered the secret of his body. Moreover, it was a huge secret. It seemed like there was an even more terrifying power hibernating in his body. That power was not the power contained in the sovereign emperor blood or the undying god blood. It was a third mysterious power. Lin Feng did not know if the third power was a bloodline power, but Lin Feng knew that this power was too heaven-defying. The reason why he was able to display such a powerful talent was related to the third power. The third power quickly disappeared. Lin Feng could not find out where that power was hibernating in his body. He searched his dantian, but to no avail. Lin Feng knew that the strength hadn't awakened yet. The reason why it had appeared before was because it was too strong. Perhaps it was related to the heaven boundary monuments. The power contained within his body made Lin Feng excited and yet worried. He was excited because this power was abnormally strong and terrifying. If he could control it, he would be able to defy the heavens. Lin Feng was worried because he didn't know that strength. When faced with an unfamiliar situation, people would always feel a little worried. Lin Feng was no exception, but in general, he was in a good mood because he had such a powerful strength lying dormant in his body. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that no matter how powerful one's talent was, it was still just talent. There were too many cultivators with shocking talent in the world. However, due to various reasons, they could not mature. Therefore, even though Lin Feng knew of his heaven-defying talent, he would not become arrogant because of it. Moreover, his current cultivation level was not enough to look down on all the cultivators in the world. Many older cultivators were still extremely heaven-defying. If he dared to underestimate them, death would be the only path. The southern immortal devil realm was extremely huge. Lin Feng flew towards the depths. 3 days later, he heard a piece of news. A lake appeared in front of him. There seemed to be a cave in the depths of the lake. Many people were heading towards that place. They wanted to open the cave and see if there were any shocking treasures inside. After hearing this, Lin Feng also flew towards the lake. By the time he arrived, there were already thousands of cultivators gathered. There were cultivators from the 10,000 races, the human race, and many alien cultivators. Lin Feng is here, said someone who recognized Lin Feng in a low voice. Many people were looking at him. This was especially so for the cultivators of the 10,000 races. They looked at Lin Feng with cold gazes. Divine light surged in the distance as a man stepped out. He was an exceptionally handsome man. He was shrouded in divine light, looking like a god. Xin Daotian. It was actually him. He was a powerhouse of the ancient god tribe, one of the heaven-defying geniuses of the 10,000 races. Lin Feng had seen him before. Boom! In another direction, a terrifying aura spread out. Another powerhouse had arrived. It was a valiant man. His face was cold, and his eyes shone with a cold light. He had a pair of huge blood-red wings. Long Qinya of the blood-winged heavenly wolf tribe. Many people exclaimed. He was also an extremely terrifying existence. He was on the same level as Xin Daotian, one of the heaven-defying geniuses of the 10,000 races. He looks like this place has attracted quite a lot of people. A coquettish laughter came from afar. A woman with 18 pairs of wings flew over. This woman was dressed in a black veil. Her face was so beautiful that it could take one's breath away. Nalan Hanyue of the fallen angel tribe. Someone recognized the woman's identity. She was also extraordinary. Her talent was also heaven-defying. She was one of the top geniuses of the fallen angel tribe. The fallen angel tribe was a special tribe. It was said that they originally belonged to the fallen angel tribe. However, for some unknown reason, they committed a grave mistake and were banished by the fallen angel tribe. Furthermore, the wings of the fallen angel tribe were black. They seemed to be incompatible with the white wings of the fallen angel tribe. After being banished, the fallen angel tribe became the archenemy of the fallen angel tribe. These two factions were like fire and water. The 10,000 races were like this. They had never truly united. There were all sorts of conflicts within the 10,000 races. Of course, when the 10,000 races faced the outside factions, they were still extremely united. 3 powerhouses have arrived. I wonder if they will kill Lin Feng? Some cultivators of the 10,000 races asked. They were looking forward to the 3 powerhouses killing Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng was the public enemy of the 10,000 races. The cultivators of the 10,000 clans wanted to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. After Xin Daotian, Long Qinya, and Nalan Hanyue arrived, someone told them that Lin Feng was also here. Then, someone pointed at Lin Feng. However, the 3 of them did not make a move. This made the cultivators of the myriad races extremely disappointed. How's the situation in the cave? Xin Daotian asked. Chapter 2604. Xin Daotian nodded and flew toward the cave dwelling in the depths of the lake. The cave dwelling was at the bottom of the lake. A few waves of cultivators had already gone down to break the formation, but they had all failed. All the cultivators who had failed had died at the bottom of the lake, so the lake was very quiet now. No one wanted to go down to break the formation. Moreover, the bottom of the lake was very dangerous. Ordinary cultivators didn't dare to go down rashly. Someone touched the formation below, so some of the formations in the lake were activated. If you go down rashly, you'll be in trouble, said Shindaotian. Let's go down and take a look, said Lung Qianye. I hope there's something good inside, said Nalan Hanyue. Shindaotian, Lung Qianye, and Nalan Hanyue were very strong. They weren't afraid of the formation at the bottom of the lake, so they went down directly. Let's go and take a look too, some of the more powerful cultivators said. They also had amazing methods that could neutralize the formation's attack. The group of cultivators also went down, but most of them stayed outside. It was very dangerous down there, and they didn't want to take the risk. They were waiting for an opportunity. If the formation was broken, they could enter the cave dwelling below. They might be able to gain something. Lin Feng also went down to the bottom of the lake. The further down he went, the colder it became. He couldn't help but frown. The coldness was very strange. There's a large amount of yin qi gathered here, said Lin Feng. His facial expression was grave and solemn. It's already formed a place of extreme yin. This place is very dangerous, said the demon lord. He also had a premonition that this place was very dangerous. Finally, Lin Feng arrived at the bottom of the lake. He saw a huge cave dwelling. It was covered in dense restrictions and black fog. The cave dwelling was faintly discernible. This is a place of extreme yin. It's very dangerous, but it's also a place of great fortune, said Nalan Hanyue. It's like that. This place is worth our effort, said Lung Qianye. Then let's do it. If the three of us work together, we can break this formation, said Shun Daotian. He was very strong. Not only did he have a strong cultivation, but he also knew many secret techniques and immortal techniques. He also had a very deep understanding of formations. In fact, it wasn't just Shin Daotian. Lung Qianye and Nalan Hanyue were the same. How else could they be described as heaven-defying monsters? The so-called heaven-defying level was not just about having a powerful cultivation base. He was also extremely proficient in many auxiliary professions, such as formations, pills, refining, and so on. No problem, Lung Qianye and Nalan Hanyue nodded. The three of them walked towards the array. The three of them are working together to break the formation. This formation will definitely be broken. Once the formation is broken, we will make our move immediately. Although they can break the formation, the opportunity may not be theirs. Some cultivators were whispering to their companions. These people also wanted to fight for the treasures in the cave. These people's thoughts were actually quite reasonable. Many opportunities could not be obtained just because one was strong. It all depended on luck. This place is extremely dangerous. Once it's opened, I'm afraid some unexpected and terrifying things will happen. I advise everyone to give up, Lin Feng said. If we cultivators are always overcautious when doing things, our achievements will definitely be limited, Lung Qianye said with an indifferent expression. He could not help but reveal a trace of contempt when he looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and did not say anything more. These three people had obviously made up their minds to open the cave. He could not dissuade them. Lin Feng stood in the distance and watched. He did not get too close. If a huge danger really appeared, it would be too late to hide even if they wanted to. There were also more than a dozen human cultivators who stood in the distance and watched like Lin Feng. They felt that Lin Feng would not speak without thinking. They were also very cautious. However, most of them had a sneer on their faces. They felt that Lin Feng was being too cautious. Shin Daotian, Lung Qianye, and Nalan Hanyue were extremely skilled in formations. The three of them quickly broke the formation. 2 hours later, the formation was broken. Whoosh! The three of them quickly rushed in. The cave is broken. Hurry up and go in. Many people exclaimed and rushed into the cave. Lin Feng also rushed in. When the cultivators outside noticed that the restriction had disappeared, they also rushed in. In the distance, many cultivators were also quickly gathering here. Such an ancient cave abode could attract countless cultivators. The cave abode was very deep, and the evil aura inside was extremely dense. It's very likely that there are supreme treasures in the land of extreme negative energy, but such a place is also extremely dangerous. The demon lord said, "If there's a chance to snatch it, we'll snatch the treasure and leave." Lin Feng said. He had always been very cautious. At this time, He had to be cautious, because if he was not careful, he might die without a burial place. Soon, these cultivators entered a huge cave abode in the depths. This cave abode was connected to an abyss. In the abyss, there was boiling magma. The magma was rolling. The temperature was scorching. Waves of violent fluctuations came from below the magma. Shin Daotian, Longqinya, and Nalan Hanyue were the first to enter the cave abode. They had already lurked in the magma. Their cultivation bases were powerful. They could support a magic power light shield to resist the scorching temperature of the magma. Their bodies would not be harmed by the magma. Many cultivators also entered the magma one after another. Boiling magma actually appeared in the land of extreme negative energy. It's really too strange, Lin Feng frowned. He felt that this magma abyss was extremely strange, and it made him very uneasy. He did not rashly go down. Instead, he continued to wait outside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, 3 figures rushed out of the magma abyss. The 3 figures were as pale as a sheet of paper. The 3 of them were Shan Daotian, Longqinya, and Nalan Hanyue. They seemed to have experienced something terrible in the magma abyss. Everyone's expression was extremely gloomy. After the 3 of them rushed out, they did not say anything and rushed outside. Something's not right. Lin Feng frowned. Let's go. There's probably great danger below the magma world. He came back to his senses and thought of a certain possibility. Then, without thinking, he quickly rushed outside. Rumble. At this time, the magma world violently rolled. Waves of scorching heat swept across the world. Then, a terrifying creature emerged from the void. Chapter 2605. A foreign creature. After seeing this creature, Lin Feng's face revealed an incomparably shocked expression. This was actually a foreign creature. It seemed that this place of extreme energy was a place where foreign creatures were sealed. I really have to thank you, bunch of ants. Soon, I will be trapped here to death. It was you who opened the seal and loosened the complete refining formation, allowing me to escape. The foreign creature sneered as it spoke. Its body was filled with an incomparably terrifying killing intent. Pooh, pooh, pooh. This foreign creature was abnormally powerful. The killing intent emitted from its body swept forward, piercing through the bodies of cultivators one after another. When the foreign creatures flew past the dead cultivators, they were all stunned. Those cultivators' bodies instantly turned into dried corpses. The flesh, blood, and soul essence in their bodies were all devoured by the foreign creature. As it continued to devour the flesh, blood, and soul essence of these cultivators, the foreign creature's strength was quickly recovering. This was the terrifying part of the foreign creature. The foreign creatures possessed extremely long lifespans, possessing extremely powerful, tenacious life force and recovery abilities. It was extremely difficult to kill a foreign creature. Moreover, as long as the foreign creature continued to devour the flesh, blood, and soul essence of cultivators, their strength could quickly recover. After recovering their strength, these foreign creatures could still continue to devour the flesh, blood, and soul essence of cultivators to increase their cultivation. For the 9 provinces, the foreign creature could be said to be a disaster. In fact, it was not only for the 9 provinces, but for all the worlds in the heavens. It was all disastrous. Once the other side's creatures appeared, they had to quickly kill them. Once the other side's creatures became stronger, wanting to kill them would be close to impossible. The foreign creature could often devour the creatures of a world to increase their cultivation and complete their evolution. This kind of thing had happened more than once in the past. There were originally 3,000 great worlds in this world, but in reality, there weren't that many great worlds left. It was because some great worlds had long been destroyed by the foreign creatures. Those great worlds that were destroyed by the foreign creatures became great worlds where lonely souls wandered. Not a single blade of grass grew. It wasn't a problem for a foreign creature to destroy a great world. Otherworldly creatures. They're otherworldly creatures. Hurry up and run. When they saw this foreign creature, many people cried out in alarm. This foreign creature almost scared everyone out of their wits. Who dared to fight against the foreign creatures? Lowly creatures, none of you will be able to escape. You will all become my food." The foreign creature laughed maliciously again and again, his body releasing terrifying killing intent. The murderous aura emanating from his body was like sharp swords. The killing intent was like a sword, slicing through the void. Puff, puff. Cultivators continuously suffered disaster, dying under the foreign creature's hands. Immediately afterwards, their flesh and soul essence would be devoured by the foreign creatures. In the end, only a few dozen people out of the 1,000 managed to escape. Soon after, the foreign creatures also rushed out. A foreign, profound world. Suddenly, the otherworldly creature released a series of growls. Immediately after that, all the cultivators within a radius of 15 kilometers were enveloped by the domain that the otherworldly creature released. This kind of domain was very powerful and also very strange. It was similar to momentum or domineering. It was much stronger than momentum, but it was not as powerful as domineering. Its effect was also far less than domineering. However, that was because domineering was too heaven-defying. Actually, the domain was also an extremely terrifying technique. Anything that was enveloped by the domain would be instantly killed. When enveloped by a domain, the cultivator's body would be greatly restricted, and even moving would be difficult. This foreign creature wanted to surround all the cultivators within a radius of 15 kilometers and capture them all in one fell swoop. It's the foreign creature. When the cultivators in the distance saw the foreign creature, their voices trembled. Their bodies were also trembling in fear. There were more than 2,000 cultivators who were surrounded by the foreign creature. There was no lack of experts. Even Shan Daotian, Long Qinya, and Nalen Hanyue were unable to escape. They were all enveloped by the foreign creature's domain. Lin Feng was also enveloped by the foreign creature's domain. What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. Let's attack together and kill the foreign creature. The source of the foreign creature is a great supplement. Lin Feng shouted loudly. Many people shook their heads in fear, not daring to fight the foreign creature at all. There were too many legends about the foreign creature. The foreign creature was synonymous with disaster. Once the foreign creature appeared, they would run as fast as they could. This thought was deeply ingrained in every cultivator's heart. Therefore, it was too difficult for the surrounding cultivators to attack the foreign creature. Many people were so scared that they couldn't use their magic power before attacking the foreign creature. The foreign creature was almost refined to death. Now is the best chance to kill him. If we miss this chance, it will be too difficult to kill the foreign creature. Once the foreign creature's cultivation increases, you all can imagine what the consequences will be. Your loved ones, friends, family, they might all die under the foreign creature's hands. Why don't we just join hands now? Stake it all. We will definitely be able to get rid of the foreign creature, said Lin Feng. He really wanted to fight against the foreign cultivators. This was because he knew how terrifying the foreign creature was. Now, this foreign creature had appeared in the world. For the 9 provinces, it was very likely to be a disaster. However, no one responded to Lin Feng. Although there were many cultivators around, no one dared to fight the foreign creature. What about the 3 of you? Lin Feng looked at Shan Daotian, Long Qinya, and Nalen Hanyue. He had advised the 3 of them not to open the seal before, but he was ridiculed by Long Qinya. Now that the foreign creature had escaped, it could be said that it was because of the 3 of them. If you want to die, you can go. Don't drag us down with you, Long Qinya said with a cold smile. He quickly flew into the distance. Although the foreign creature's domain was very powerful, it couldn't suppress Long Qinya. Shan Daotian and Nalen Hanyue didn't say anything and quickly fled outside. Cowards, even if you escape, your achievements won't be too high, Lin Feng said with a cold smile. You're courting death and still ridiculing us. How laughable and stupid. Nalen Hanyue sneered back. There's no need to say anything to people like him. He might have some talent, but he's too stupid. Talking to people like him is an insult to us, Shan Daotian said with a cold smile. The 3 of them didn't stop and quickly fled. 108,000 swords. The remaining 2,000 plus cultivators also fled outside one after another. However, right at this time, that foreign creature released a cold shout. Giant swords began to condense in the void. They were energy swords. They were densely packed. 108,000 swords swept out. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The sound of flesh being torn apart and the cultivator's screams rose and fell. Chapter 2606. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I'm still young and have a bright future ahead of me. I don't want to die here. My son was just born not long ago. I have to get out alive. Many people cried out in fear, but no one could save them. These cultivators were all killed by the foreign creatures. In the end, only 7 or 8 people managed to escape. Of the remaining 2,000 or so people, apart from Lin Feng, all died miserably. After those cultivators died, their flesh and soul were instantly devoured by the foreign creatures. The foreign creatures were much stronger than before. Lin Feng had been locked onto by the foreign cultivators the whole time. The foreign cultivators were staring at him. It was no wonder the foreign creatures targeted him. Previously, he had called for everyone to work together to kill the foreign creatures. It would be strange if the foreign creatures didn't target him. It seems like your words were useless. Those people were scared out of their wits when they saw me. How could they still have the courage to fight? The foreign creatures looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng sighed and said, "What a pity. If these people had listened to me and worked together, there's a high chance that they could have killed you. How can there be so many ifs in this world? Things that didn't happen didn't happen." The foreign creatures mocked. "You're right." Lin Feng nodded. "You're not bad. You're actually not afraid of me." The foreign creatures narrowed his cold eyes and looked at Lin Feng. He sneered and said, "I'm a person who cherishes talents. If you submit to me now and are willing to be my slave, I can spare your life. How about it?" Swoosh, with a flash of light, the black dragon sword flew out. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and looked at the foreign creatures indifferently. "I want to kill you to prove my Tao even more." The foreign creatures said mockingly, "With just you? You're really too far away. If you can't grasp some opportunities, you're destined to die." The foreign creature's enormous claw suddenly swung out. Wong, 108,000 swords were moving towards Lin Feng at the same time. Heaven and earth had turned into a sea of swords. Lin Feng was submerged by the sea of swords. This foreign creature was already about to be trapped to death. Its cultivation perhaps not even a 10,000th of its peak, perhaps not even 100,000th. However, he was still unimaginably powerful. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't weak either. He transformed into a yin-yang Tao diagram. Then, he quickly flew through the void. The black dragon sword in Lin Feng's hand became a part of the yin-yang Tao diagram along with him. Clang, clang, clang. Clanging sounds of collisions rang out one after another. The power of the yin-yang Tao diagram formed by Lin Feng was extraordinary, directly breaking apart the sword chi. Then, he quickly slaughtered his way towards the foreign creature's main body. Soon, Lin Feng's yin-yang Tao diagram arrived in front of the foreign creature's main body. Then, he slaughtered his way towards the foreign creatures. He does have some tricks up his sleeve. The foreign creature's expression was indifferent. He raised his huge claw and slapped it towards the yin-yang Tao diagram formed by Lin Feng. A dull collision sound rang out. The yin-yang Tao diagram formed by Lin Feng collided with the foreign creature's claw. The foreign creature's claw was too hard. Meanwhile, the power of the foreign creatures was just too great. It directly sent the yin-yang Tao diagram formed by Lin Feng flying. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was beaten back to his human form, his face extremely pale. That strike just now didn't hurt him lightly. The damage to his body was extremely great. Now, he still felt his blood boil. His entire body was in intense pain. "Lowly creature, you're not bad to be able to withstand my attack." The foreign creature looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. It was as if he was looking at an ant. The foreign creature really didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes. This was because the foreign creatures were extremely arrogant. They didn't put any other races in their eyes. In the eyes of the foreign creature, the races in this starry sky world were all lowly races. The foreign creature's arrogant attitude naturally made people gnash their teeth in hatred. However, The foreign creatures were indeed very powerful and terrifying. This was a world where the strong were respected. The weak, in the end, they would be looked down on. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Do you think you're very noble?" Truly laughable to the extreme. Back then, in the starry sky world, I personally killed a few dozen foreign creatures. Not long ago, in the netherworld, I even schemed against a foreign creature to death. There's nothing to fear from foreign creatures. The foreign creature sneered. Do you think you can deceive me with this nonsense? The foreign creature didn't believe Lin Feng's words at all. Just how terrifying of an existence were the foreign creatures, even if their cultivation fell to the lowest point in their lives. In the eyes of the foreign creature in front of him, their strength wasn't something that an ant like Lin Feng could contend against. Nothing is impossible. You are also destined to die in my hands. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he quickly charged toward the foreign creature. He didn't say that he wanted to kill the foreign creature to prove his Tao casually. This foreign creature definitely couldn't be allowed to live. Otherwise, there would be a disaster. Moreover, Lin Feng needed a great battle to temper his cultivation. This kind of great battle was also very beneficial to the cultivation of the white tiger aura. Oh, the great Tao of reincarnation, you are immortal for all eternity. Lin Feng stepped forward in the void. He began to chant the incantation of the great reincarnation art. He wanted to summon the wheel of reincarnation to deal with the foreign creature. This foreign creature was too terrifying. Therefore, Lin Feng also attacked with all his strength, not holding back at all. Rumble. A loud sound was heard. The wheel of reincarnation was summoned by Lin Feng. It lingered in the black fog, emitting waves of terrifying power. The development of all things in this world, there must be a cause and effect. Next, Lin Feng chanted the incantation again. This time, he began to summon the Gate of Karma. This was an ancient immortal gate summoned by the great Karma art, which was ranked third among the 3,000 great Das. Of course, it was only an illusion and not the real Gate of Karma. When Lin Feng cultivated to the Immortal King realm, he might be able to summon the real Gate of Karma. But for now, he couldn't do it. Of course, even if it was just an illusion, the power of the Gate of Karma was terrifying enough. The Wheel of Reincarnation, the Gate of Karma, all of them were summoned by Lin Feng. Above the 9 heavens, a terrifying aura pervaded the air. The foreign creature narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. He sneered and said, "This is a divine ability manifested from the Tao of Reincarnation and the Tao of Karma, right? I didn't expect a little ant like you to cultivate 2 such powerful divine abilities. In a moment, I will devour your soul and seize all your memories. Then, your divine abilities will also belong to me." Heaven swallowing demonic abyss. As soon as the foreign creature finished speaking, he used a supreme divine ability, condensing a huge demonic abyss. Chapter 2607. The might of this heaven-swallowing demonic abyss of the foreign being was simply too strong. At the same time, it was incomparably tyrannical. Facing the attack of this mystic skill, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He was controlling the Karma Gate and Reincarnation Plate with all his might. This was not the first time Lin Feng had summoned the Karma Gate and Reincarnation Plate at the same time. He realized that by summoning the Karma Gate and Reincarnation Plate at the same time, these 2 mysterious treasures could form a tight connection. Their might would increase tremendously as well. It was as though they could form a perfect cycle and complement each other. Their might would increase. Therefore, when these 2 mystic skills were deployed together, their might was abnormally tyrannical. And now, when Lin Feng activated these 2 mystic skills together, the might of the Karma Gate and Reincarnation Plate was indeed released. When these 2 utmost treasures joined together, they formed a tight connection as though they were the 2 extremes of the cycle of yin and yang. Boom, boom. 2 consecutive explosions rang out as the Karma Gate and Reincarnation Plate broke through the heaven-swallowing demonic abyss mystic skill that was deployed by the foreign being. Thereafter, the Karma Gate and Reincarnation Plate slammed out at the foreign being. Bam! Following that, an intense collision sound rang out. The Karma Gate and Reincarnation Plate slammed into the body of the foreign being fiercely, sending him flying out. However, Lin Feng's face darkened. After the foreign being was sent flying, his body did not receive any damage at all. The physical body of this foreign being was simply way too frightening. Lin Feng's Karma Gate and Reincarnation Plate could not hurt him at all. Lin Feng felt that things were getting a little troublesome. If even these two mystic skills could not deal any damage to the foreign being, this foreign being was simply way too strong. Even though the foreign being before him was still in an extremely weak state, his fighting strength was still frightening to the point where it could cause one's heart to palpitate. Lad, your lord will have you dead. Even though the foreign being was not injured, he was extremely infuriated at this moment. That was because the foreign being was extremely prideful. Now that he was repelled by Lin Feng, this was a great humiliation for the foreign being. The foreign being bolted out, displaying an endless amount of killing power as he tore through the void and swept out in all directions, shattering the universe. His claws were his most powerful weapon. They destroyed Lin Feng's Karma Gate and Reincarnation Plate instantly. The fighting strength that the foreign being's strength was shocking. Lin of Lin Feng was. The situation was extremely dangerous. Just as the attack was about to land on Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng's expression changed. The foreign creature suffered a calamity. His head was dizzy, and his body fell straight to the ground. Lin Feng used the great cursing technique to attack the foreign cultivators. Die! Lin Feng took out the stone dagger and pounced in front of the foreign being. The stone dagger pierced towards the foreign being's head. Even though the foreign being was hit by Lin Feng's great curse, his instincts were very strong. He moved to the left. However, the foreign being was not able to completely dodge Lin Feng's attack. The stone dagger in Lin Feng's hand pierced through the foreign being's right eye. The foreign being's eye was blinded by Lin Feng. The foreign being let out a painful roar. When Lin Feng blinded the foreign being's eye, the foreign being's huge claws struck Lin Feng. Lin Feng was sent flying by the foreign being. A huge wound appeared on his body. That wound almost tore Lin Feng's body in half. You human ant, I'll kill you. The foreign being's life force was incomparably tenacious. Blinding an eye didn't seem to affect him much. He roared and pounced towards Lin Feng again. This time, Lin Feng quickly retreated and dodged the foreign being's attack. He activated his immortal divine body to heal his injuries, but he found that his wound couldn't heal. Blood kept flowing out. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He sensed a strange power surging into his body. It was as if that strange power was preventing the wound from healing. When he sensed that strange strength, Lin Feng frowned. He had never looked so serious before. This was troublesome. That strange power would make his body bleed continuously. A person would lose more than a certain amount of blood. All of the body's abilities would decline greatly, and they might even faint. Therefore, Lin Feng knew that he was in trouble. After the foreign being missed, he continued to pounce towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng dodged several of the foreign being's attacks, but the wound on his abdomen was still bleeding. Therefore, Lin Feng felt his body getting weaker and weaker, and his speed was getting slower and slower. Lin Feng didn't leave just like that. He was condensing the Great Fate technique. This was a peerless ultimate technique. It wasn't easy to use. However, as long as he could successfully use this divine ability, he would definitely be able to cause extremely serious injuries to the foreign being. The foreign being pounced towards him again. At this time, Lin Feng finally succeeded in using the Great Fate technique. A loud rumbling sound was heard. A long river of fate descended from the sky and blasted towards the foreign being. Bang! The long river of fate slammed into the foreign creature's body, directly sending it flying. Falling into the 18 levels of hell is your fate, Lin Feng shouted coldly. He turned into a bolt of lightning and pounced over quickly. Lin Feng held the stone dagger in his hand and pierced towards the foreign being's head. At this moment, the foreign being was suppressed by the long river of fate summoned by the Great Fate technique. Therefore, he couldn't dodge Lin Feng's attack. The dagger in Lin Feng's hand pierced into the foreign being's head. Roar! The foreign being let out an incomparably painful roar. Then, the foreign being's tail whipped towards Lin Feng fiercely. Bang! That tyrannical attack slammed onto Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was sent flying, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood in midair. He had severely injured the foreign being, but at the same time, he was also severely injured by the foreign being. The foreign being didn't continue pouncing towards Lin Feng. Instead, he quickly fled into the distance. First, one of the foreign being's eyes was blinded by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng used the stone dagger to pierce a bloody hole in his head. The foreign being's injuries were much more serious than Lin Feng's. Seeing the foreign being escape, Lin Feng wanted to chase after him. However, he felt that his body was extremely weak. Lin Feng was helpless. He could only watch as the foreign being escaped. He didn't stop either. Instead, he rushed into the distance. He had to find a place to heal his injuries quickly. Otherwise, all the blood on his body would flow out. When that time came, he would probably die. Chapter 2608. Lin Feng's combat strength had plummeted due to his injuries. However, his spiritual sense was still very sharp. When he sensed the terrifying aura coming from behind him, he could still feel that terrifying aura. Therefore, Lin Feng's body moved as fast as lightning. The cold light behind him almost brushed past Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was just one step away from being killed. Amazing, really amazing. I didn't expect you to be able to severely injure the foreign creature alone. Even among the heaven-defying monsters of the myriad races, you can be ranked in the top 10. A cold laugh was heard. Then, a man walked out of the forest. This man was Long Qinya, who had escaped before. It turned out that this person did not escape. Instead, he had been hiding in the surrounding forest and witnessed the fierce battle between Lin Feng and the foreign creature. You shouldn't have attacked me. You should have taken the opportunity to kill the foreign creature. You shouldn't have let him escape, Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression. Ha 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 ha, what a complete idiot. What does the foreign creature escaping have to do with me? I don't care how he destroys the 9 states. The 9 states are not under the control of the myriad races. What does the destruction of the 9 states have to do with the myriad races? I hope to see the scene of the foreign creature wreaking havoc in the 9 states. It must be very exciting then. Long Qinya laughed sinisterly. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. The foreign race should be killed. The ancients didn't lie to me. Die, brat. Long Qinya sneered and quickly attacked Lin Feng. He had been waiting for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Feng had many things that Long Qinya coveted. In Long Qinya's opinion, this was the best opportunity to kill Lin Feng. Blood slaughter cut. Long Qinya's body turned into a blood-red light. The blood-red light slashed gently, as if it could tear the world apart, and slashed towards Lin Feng. Violent fluctuations surged from the blood-red light. The power of that blood-red light was so strong that it shocked and moved everyone. Lin Feng used his great defensive technique to condense a defensive crystal wall to block Long Qinya's attack. However, due to the severe injuries on his body, the power of his divine ability was far weaker than before. The bloody light that Long Qinya had transformed into slashed at the defensive crystal wall that he had condensed. Clang, clang, clang. After a series of collisions, Lin Feng's defensive crystal wall was directly shattered. Die. Long Qinya laughed sinisterly. In his opinion, Lin Feng was dead for sure. He did not believe that Lin Feng would be able to withstand his attack with such a heavily injured body. Long Qinya's attack was about to hit Lin Feng. Numerous runes appeared on Lin Feng's body. This was a rune condensed from magic immunity. The moment the runes condensed from magic immunity appeared, Long Qinya's blood-colored light had already bombarded Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was directly sent flying. His face turned even paler, but fortunately, he had the magic power immunity theurgy. Otherwise, he would have died at the hands of Long Qinya. Buzz! The blood-colored light that Long Qinya had transformed into did not stop. He once again slashed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was clear about his current situation. He was now seriously injured, but Long Qinya was in peak condition. It was not wise to continue fighting with Long Qinya like this. He wouldn't be able to fight for long, and he might not be able to hold on any longer. Therefore, he had to launch a sure kill attack on Long Qinya. Therefore, when Long Qinya attacked again, Lin Feng directly used his supreme domineering aura to envelop Long Qinya. The power of Lin Feng's supreme domineering aura was very tyrannical. When the supreme domineering aura was released, the terrifying attack fiercely bombarded the blood-colored light that Long Qinya had transformed into. The blood-colored light that Long Qinya had transformed into was sent flying. Then, Long Qinya was beaten back to his human form. The deterrent effect of the supreme domineering aura directly suppressed Long Qinya. Long Qinya suddenly found that his body was unable to move. Domineering aura. Long Qinya was shocked. Obviously, he had seen domineering aura before. Those who had not seen domineering aura before would definitely not be able to recognize it. That's right, you can die now. Lin Feng shouted coldly and quickly attacked Long Qinya. The dragon elephant arm was activated, and an invincible punch blasted towards Long Qinya. The domineering aura was intimidating. Coupled with the dragon elephant arm, Lin Feng was originally very confident that he could use these two supernatural powers to kill Long Qinya. He did not expect Long Qinya to undergo bloodline atavism at this time. His original body was a blood-winged wolf. When his bloodline was activated, Long Qinya turned into a blood-winged wolf that was more than 10 meters long and 8 to 9 meters tall with a pair of huge wings. After atavism, Long Qinya's cultivation had increased by many times. He could now move under the deterrent effect of the supreme domineering aura. The supreme domineering aura was naturally a powerful supernatural power. However, the supreme domineering aura needed to be supported by an extremely powerful magical power to display its power. Lin Feng was currently in a weak state. He could not fully display the power of the supreme domineering aura. After atavism, Long Qinya's strength had increased greatly. He said with a sinister smile, "So what if you have mastered the domineering aura? After atavism, I can still kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Qinya's huge body directly pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Long Qinya exchanged a blow, and he was sent flying by Long Qinya. The blood-winged wolf that Long Qinya had transformed into opened its bloody mouth and tried to devour Lin Feng. Epical aura. Stack. At this time, Lin Feng once again displayed a domineering aura. Epical aura and supreme domineering aura were stacked together. His current state was too weak to release the power of the supreme domineering aura. However, when the two different domineering auras were stacked together, the power of the domineering aura was released. Epical aura and supreme domineering aura were stacked together, and the blood-winged wolf that Long Qinya had transformed into was obviously slowed down. At the same time, Lin Feng began to activate the Emperor Bone in his chest. This Emperor Bone contained unimaginable power. Once activated, it could unleash a portion of the Great Emperor's power. Now, Lin Feng began to activate this Emperor Bone. Boom! The power of this Emperor Bone was released. A thick holy light shot out from Lin Feng's chest. Activating this Emperor Bone consumed a lot of his body. In order to activate this Emperor Bone, the magic power in Lin Feng's body was completely sucked dry. There was not a bit left. After sensing the power of the holy light, the expression of the blood-winged wolf that Long Qinya had transformed into changed drastically. He wanted to dodge that terrifying attack, but it was too late to dodge, because his body was suppressed by Lin Feng's two domineering auras. Even if he wanted to dodge, he was powerless. No! Long Qinya cried out in horror. Bang! The next moment, the holy light released by Lin Feng's Emperor Bone directly bombarded Long Qinya's body. Long Qinya's body directly exploded. Long Qinya's body and soul were destroyed, and he died tragically on the spot. Chapter 2609. In a cave, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. He channeled the Archean dragonesque elephant art to refine the strange energy in his body. It was that strange energy that was hindering his body, causing his body to be unable to recover for a long time. Now, with the channeling of the Archean dragonesque elephant art, that strange energy was gradually refined by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body also began to recover. After his body had completely recovered, Lin Feng realized that the murderous aura in his body had become even stronger. This was of great help to cultivating the White Tiger aura. If he wanted to cultivate the powerful technique of the White Tiger aura, he needed to constantly fight. He had to break through in the midst of life and death. First, he had to fight with the foreign creature. Then he had to fight to the death with Long Qinya. This was crucial to Lin Feng's cultivation of the White Tiger aura. The only thing that Lin Feng found a pity was that he could not kill the foreign creature this time. The main reason was that he did not have a helper of his level by his side. If Gong Ziyu and the others were present, they would definitely be able to kill that foreign creature. As for the cultivators of the myriad tribes, he could not count on them. After the previous incident, Lin Feng already had a deeper impression of the myriad tribes. The foreign race should be killed. To the cultivators of the 9 states, the myriad tribes were considered foreign races. Therefore, the myriad tribes should be killed. Swoosh! A light flashed in his hand. A storage ring appeared in Lin Feng's hand. This storage ring belonged to Long Qinya. Long Qinya was the #1 prodigy of the younger generation of the blood-winged, heavenly wolf clan. He was one of the famous heaven-defying prodigies of the myriad tribes. There were definitely many magic treasures in the storage ring. Lin Feng's divine telekinesis invaded the storage ring. Then, a gloomy and cold aura pounced, wanting to destroy his divine telekinesis. This was the divine telekinesis imprint that Long Qinya left in the storage ring. Now that this divine telekinesis imprint sensed Lin Feng's divine telekinesis aura, it wanted to destroy Lin Feng's divine telekinesis. Long Qinya, your body and soul have been destroyed. This divine telekinesis imprint should be destroyed as well. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. A heavenly flame surged into the storage ring and enveloped Long Qinya's last divine thought. Ah! Long Qinya's divine will screamed and roared with hatred. Lin Feng, you bastard. I curse you to die 10 times, no, 100 times more miserable than me. Lin Feng sneered. You'll never see that day. Go to hell. Lin Feng activated the heavenly flame and instantly extinguished Long Qinya's spiritual sense. Lin Feng's divine will invaded Long Qinya's storage ring. Long Qinya's storage ring was hundreds of acres in size, and there were all kinds of treasures piled up inside. For example, the high-grade origin crystals were piled up like mountains. There were also many natural treasures, divine stones, immortal iron, formation materials, secret manuals, various grades of magic treasures, and so on. Long Qinya was indeed a top prodigy of the myriad races. He had so many treasures on him. Among all the magic treasures, Lin Feng saw a war spear. The war spear was 2.5 meters long, and it was pitch black in color. The tip of the spear was sharp and stained with blood. It seemed to be the blood of a demon god that would never dry up. The material of the war spear was very special. It was made of purgatory fiendish copper. Purgatory fiendish copper was a material that was not inferior to bronze. This treasure should be a supreme treasure created in the Bronze Age. It had been passed down until now, and its power was still unimaginably terrifying. When Lin Feng approached the war spear, his divine will felt a sense of dizziness. The war spear was very terrifying. It contained a terrifying demonic power. Lin Feng summoned the war spear. Purgatory fiendish spear. Purgatory fiendish spear. Suddenly, a series of eerie and terrifying sounds came from the war spear. Then, the war spear stabbed toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. He did not expect the war spear to attack him. This war spear was really strange. He quickly dodged the attack of the war spear, and then grabbed the war spear. The war spear shook violently, trying to break free from Lin Feng's grasp. Lin Feng said coldly, "If you dare to struggle again, I will destroy you." Lin Feng cast dozens of spells to suppress the war spear. The war spear had a spirit. Realizing that Lin Feng was a very powerful figure, it gave up struggling. These powerful magic treasures often had a common characteristic. If one's cultivation was not enough, it was unrealistic to want to refine these powerful magic treasures. Because cultivators could not subdue the weapon spirits of these powerful magic treasures, Lin Feng poured his magic power into the war spear. Immediately, a lot of information entered Lin Feng's mind. Many images even appeared in Lin Feng's mind. He saw a man holding this war spear and participating in an extremely tragic battle. That man finally fell, and the war spear was lost. Purgatory Devil Master. This is actually the treasure of the first-generation Purgatory Devil Master. Lin Feng was very shocked. The origin of this war spear was extremely extraordinary. It came from the Nine Hells Purgatory. Lin Feng had been to the Nine Hells Purgatory before. That was a special world that only souls could enter. It was very terrifying. When a soul entered the Nine Hells Purgatory, it was worse than death. And this war spear was a treasure forged from Purgatory Devil Copper by the Master of the Nine Hells Purgatory, the #1 Purgatory Devil Master. In that battle, the Purgatory Devil Master died. The Purgatory Devil Spear was covered in dust. In the end, the Purgatory Devil Spear fell into the hands of the blood-winged, heavenly wolf clan. It was passed down from generation to generation. This generation passed it down to Long Qinya. Who would have thought? Long Qinya wanted to sneak attack Lin Feng and kill him, but he did not manage to do so and was instead killed by Lin Feng. In the end, this treasure also landed in Lin Feng's hands. What a great treasure! This war spear is stained with the blood of gods and demons and is forged from Purgatory Devil Copper. It was once refined by the Purgatory Devil Master for so many years. It is definitely a great killing weapon. Lin Feng looked at this Purgatory Devil Spear lovingly. The gains from the battle with Long Qinya were not bad. Long Qinya was indeed a top genius of the 10,000 races. The treasures on him really made Lin Feng very excited. Lin Feng kept the Purgatory Devil Spear, and his consciousness continued to enter the storage ring. There were many treasures in the storage ring. Lin Feng basically scanned through all of them. Unless it was an extremely heaven-defying treasure, Lin Feng would not be particularly excited. Buzz! At this moment, a violent vibration came from the depths of the storage ring. Lin Feng's consciousness reached the depths of the storage ring and realized that the violent vibration came from a porcelain bottle. At this moment, that porcelain bottle was emitting a dazzling light. The porcelain bottle had already turned transparent, and there was a pill sealed in that porcelain bottle. That pill was extremely extraordinary. It was surrounded by immortal light. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.